Chapter 1691. This destructive force caused Wang Lin to cough out blood once more. Large amounts of cracks appeared on his body, and he quickly retreated. His right index finger continued to resist as Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and waved. With this wave, space itself trembled and a giant palm print appeared. This was the War Spirit print. The War Spirit print appeared along with Wang Lin's left hand. It charged at the sovereign's palm print and collided with it. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the invincible War Spirit print collapsed when it collided with the sovereign's palm print. Wang Lin was knocked back, and large amounts of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This was just the first confrontation, and he was seriously injured. However, the sovereign's palm print paused for a moment before closing in once more. Wang Lin suddenly looked up with a ferocious expression and pointed at the sky. Seven-colored light appeared and turned into a seven-colored lance that shot toward the palm print. Both sides resisted once more, and a monstrous rumble echoed. Wang Lin's body was pushed back tens of thousands of feet by a powerful gust of wind. His hands trembled and his legs were covered in blood. However, the palm print hadn't disintegrated. Although it had dissipated a bit and wasn't as solid as before, it still closed in and descended on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with madness. The sovereign's strength was not beyond his expectations. This was the power of an arcane, turbulent cultivator. The moment the palm print closed in, Wang Lin's left eye was filled with fire, and his right eye was filled with thunder. His three essences and the slaughter essence appeared around him to form 6 illusory essence swords. With one wave, the 6 swords shot out toward the palm print. Wang Lin clenched his teeth, and instead of retreating, he stepped forward. The 6 swords instantly closed in on the palm print and stabbed into it. Ripples echoed as the swords collided with the palm print. At the same time, Wang Lin closed in with a ferocious expression. He raised his hand, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Heaven Ripping. The Heaven Ripping spell he obtained from Yi Mo's child was used by Wang Lin for the first time. His hands mercilessly grabbed the space before him, and he roared, "Heaven Ripping!" His hands mercilessly tore the space before him. There was a thunderous bang as the space before Wang Lin trembled and a rift was torn open. He borrowed this force to tear at the palm print that was stabbed by the 6 swords. At this instant, an ancient order shadow appeared behind Wang Lin. This shadow was very different from the one Wang Lin had summoned before. It was no longer just a head, but a blurry body. This body was the ancient Dao body. Although Wang Lin hadn't refined the 8 drops of blood, it had naturally appeared. This vague ancient Dao body also stretched out its arms. As Wang Lin let out a roar, it tore at the palm print before him. Space itself trembled and an indescribable tearing force spread out. It tore open space, tore open the stars, tore open the operation of the world, and tore open the sovereign's palm print. The palm print collapsed. The 6 swords also shattered into countless fragments that returned to Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's hands were a bloody mess. The heaven-ripping power relied entirely on his 10 fingers. Not only that, but even the ancient Dao shadow behind Wang Lin collapsed. Wang Lin's body was thrown back, and he coughed out large amounts of blood mist. His face was pale, but the madness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with calmness. It was as if everything that had happened was just a play. This is the power of a peak arcane void cultivator who has stepped into the arcane turbulent stage. If I didn't have Li Guang Bao, I wouldn't be able to. Wang Lin's body staggered and bursts of pain came from his body. His origin soul was a blur, and he was injured by the rebound force. Although all of this sounds long, it happened very quickly. Although the palm print had dissipated, the sovereign began to laugh. He was finally certain that Wang Lin didn't have the power to fire a 3rd bow. At this moment, he no longer had any worries. He grinned and revealed a cruel killing intent as he walked toward Wang Lin. "Wang Lin, I want to see where you can escape this time. This star domain has been sealed by the old man. You can't break out." The sovereign's heart was filled with joy. He had waited 3 years for this day. Just as the sovereign closed in, A howl echoed in the distance. Ripples echoed, and the seventh concubine walked out with a gloomy expression. Shortly after, Celestial Master Miao Yin and Devil Master Nine Heavens also appeared from another direction and charged at Wang Lin. 3 of the 5 masters of the ancient star system and the 7th concubine of the ancient celestial sovereign. Any one of them could shake the inner and outer realms, but at this moment, they had all appeared here. Their goal was to kill Wang Lin. 2011-07-1518. 14 reply to Wu Li Scratch Yanjing Galaw 46804 fans 3rd floor. Seeing all 4 of them appear, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He had been waiting for all 4 of them to appear. Only in this way could he complete the first step of his plan once and for all, destroying the outer realm's ancient celestial realm, causing chaos in the cave world, and destabilizing the balance of power was the first step of Wang Lin's plan. However, with his cunning, how could he not have foreseen that he would have no way out? He would be trapped in the ancient star system and hunted by others. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. As the sovereign closed in with a grin, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. His left hand reached at the void, and the Li Guang Bao suddenly appeared in his hand. The moment the Li Guang Bao appeared, the sovereign's expression changed greatly. He subconsciously stopped and even retreated several thousand feet. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Impossible. You only have the power to pull the bow twice. I can't be wrong again. This is impossible. You're just pretending to be mysterious. You can't pull the bow. The sovereign couldn't accept this. He couldn't accept his plan going wrong again. These accidents were fatal to him and could destroy his confidence and shake his Tao heart. At this moment, not only did the sovereign retreat, even the 7th concubine's expression changed. She stopped and didn't move forward. Miao Yin and Devil Master Nine Heavens' expressions also changed, and they stopped. The sovereign's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with madness. He roared at Wang Lin, "You're pretending to be mysterious." However, just as he roared, he stopped before the sovereign's terrified gaze. He saw Wang Lin's right hand place on the bowstring and pull it back. There was a hum, and this beautiful sound entered the sovereign's ears. It was so terrifying that it made his body tremble. The memory of the death boat from 3 years ago erupted and drowned him. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Even if you pull the bow, you don't have the celestial spiritual energy to make the Li Guang arrow appear. The sovereign retreated with a pale face. However, just at this moment, there was a flash of ghostly light on the bowstring that Wang Lin had pulled back. The arrow that could shock all things appeared. Holding the bow, he locked onto the sovereign and company before him. He raised his left hand, and the arrow on the bowstring pointed at the sovereign. The sovereign's face was deathly pale when the arrow pointed at him. The blow he had suffered was mainly from his mind. His plans had all collapsed before Wang Lin, and not a single one of them had succeeded. Even this time, when he was certain, he found that he was wrong again. The old man doesn't believe it. Everything you did was fake. Although you made the arrow appear, you don't have the celestial spiritual energy to use it. I don't believe it. I'll bet on this. The sovereign went crazy. Not only did he not retreat, but he charged at Wang Lin. His expression was distorted as his hands formed a seal and the giant palm print appeared once more. Behind the palm, a huge illusory well appeared. As soon as it appeared, it spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire starry sky. It was as if the entire starry sky was being sucked into the water of the well. At the same time, a scarlet sun suddenly appeared in the well water that contained the starry sky. The power of the absolute beginning law permeated the surroundings. The sovereign went crazy, and his right hand mercilessly hit the top of his head. A fist-sized bone bead was forced out. This bone bead was gray and gave off a white bone aura. After it appeared, the sovereign's cultivation level and spells increased several-fold. He shrouded the star system and shot toward Wang Lin. "I'll make you believe it and remember it." There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he closed his eyes so others wouldn't see the golden light in his eyes. He used his divine sense to pull the bow and arrow back a bit more before suddenly letting go. The moment he let go, the arrow roared into the air, transforming into a long rainbow that shook the heavens and earth as it whistled forward. The giant palm print collapsed and was penetrated by the arrow. Ripples spread out on the well that contained the star system, and it was destroyed by the arrow. There was also the sun that couldn't stop the arrow. It pierced through the sovereign with a destructive force toward the sovereign, whose eyes were filled with despair and shock. This is impossible. The arrow was too fast and flashed through the sovereign's body. The sovereign's body trembled violently and collapsed when the arrow passed by. His flesh and blood were blown tens of thousands of kilometers away by a storm of flesh and blood. Meow-een Celestial Master and 9 Heaven Devil Master coughed out blood, and their bodies exploded. Their origin souls were about to retreat, but Wang Lin waved his sleeve and took them away. Only the 7th concubine coughed out a large mouthful of blood. She was seriously injured by the arrow, but because she was a celestial imperial concubine, she had a celestial imperial treasure to protect herself, so she was lucky to survive. After the arrow passed by, the sovereign's flesh and blood rapidly reformed, and he revived once more. His face was pale, and he looked at Wang Lin with fear he had never felt before. At this moment, he didn't dare to say he could calculate how many arrows Wang Lin had left. Without any hesitation, just like 3 years ago, the sovereign escaped like crazy and didn't even dare to look back. Just at this moment, a monstrous 7-colored light shined in this star domain. It was as if someone was coming with the 7-colored light. The light spread out and completely lit up the star domain. The 2 chapters had the same name, but the difference was the symbol. The plot had reached a critical moment, and he was afraid it wouldn't be written well. If it didn't erupt in the next few days, it would erupt once he sorted out the plot in the outline. After calculating it, there were still 1,000 more words until the 39th chapter. In the next half-month, there would only be more, not less. Thank you everyone for your support. Thank you all. Chapter 1692. The 7-colored light flashed, and the retreating sovereign suddenly stopped. He revealed a bitter and complicated expression as he looked at the 7-colored light. There was also the 7th celestial imperial concubine, who had luckily used a treasure to resist the Li Guang bow. She looked at the 7-colored light with a very complicated gaze. He really came. Wang Lin's pupil shrank, and he no longer hesitated. He retreated a few steps, and his right hand reached at the void. A jade immediately appeared in his hand. He crushed it, and the jade turned into dust. Shortly after, a fist-sized black hole appeared where the jade shattered in Wang Lin's hand. A shocking suction force came from the black hole, and a ghostly light surrounded Wang Lin. It was going to suck him into the black hole. In the distance, as the 7-colored light spread out, an illusory figure walked over. This figure was a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe. He gave off the air of a celestial and was surrounded by 7-colored light. His expression was calm, but when he saw Wang Lin crush the jade and the vortex in his right hand, there was a flash of strange light in the 7-colored Taoist's eyes. You want to leave this way? Not possible. As the 7-colored Taoist spoke, he raised his right hand and casually pointed at Wang Lin. With this, the 7-colored light shined brightly and gathered before the Taoist. The light fused with his finger and turned into a 7-colored wind that shot toward Wang Lin. This 7-colored wind moved faster than the naked eye and instantly broke through the world. It was less than 7 feet from Wang Lin. A chill came from Wang Lin and spread to every pore in his body. He felt a life and death crisis. Based on the speed of this wind, Wang Lin didn't have time to enter the black hole. However, there was no hint of panic on his face, as if all of this was within his calculations. The instant the 7-colored gust of wind closed in, a woman's hand suddenly stretched out from the black hole. There was a jade-green ring on the middle finger of that hand. The moment it reached the depths of the black hole, it collided with the 7-colored gust of wind. Without a sound, the 7-colored gust of wind collapsed, but it turned into 7-colored gas. The moment it collapsed, It was like 7 venomous snakes that burrowed into the jade-like hand. A muffled groan of injury came from the black hole. The jade-like hand trembled and formed a seal. In a flash, it split into 7 parts. From a distance, 7 identical jade-like hands overlapped to form a circle. Then a burst of 7-colored light came from the 7 jade-like hands. With a gentle wave, the 7 jade-like hands gave off 7-colored light. They flew out from Wang Lin and shot toward the 7-colored Taoist. At the same time, Wang Lin was completely sucked into the black hole and disappeared from the ancient star system. All of this took a long time, but it all happened in an instant. When the sovereign saw the strange handprint formed by the 7 jade-like hands, his expression changed greatly. He stared at the handprint and his eyes shined brightly. So it's her. The 7th concubine was even more shocked. Her face turned pale and she subconsciously retreated a few steps. She exclaimed, "Big sister." She didn't die. Only the 7-colored Taoist remained calm. As the 7-colored palm closed in, he raised his right hand and waved his sleeve. 7-colored ripples immediately spread out from the galaxy before him and collided with the 7-colored palm. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and a moment later, everything disappeared. The 7-colored Taoist closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at where Wang Lin and the black hole disappeared to. His eyes were filled with reminiscence. 7-colored jade handprint. That should be its name. Unfortunately, I only obtained the spell and didn't have all the memories. However, you can't escape from me. The Li Guang Bao has completed its mission, and it is time to take it back. The 7-colored Taoist raised his head and disappeared without a trace. Only the sovereign and the 7th concubine remained. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They were shocked by the appearance of the handprint and the identity of the owner of the jade-like hand. The first concubine of the celestial sovereign. She was also the little sister of the 7-colored celestial sovereign's Tao partner. In the depths of the inner realm's cloud sea, there was a giant spatial crack outside the demon sect. Few people knew where this spatial crack led to, but there were many fierce beasts that often rushed out to wreak havoc. At this moment, in the depths of the crack, in a pitch-black, unfamiliar space, there was a gigantic beast that was several thousand zhang long. The beast looked like a lion, but there was a single horn on its head. On the head of the mighty lion, in front of the horn, sat a woman. She was peerless and extremely beautiful. At this moment, her face was pale, and as she sat there, her hands formed a seal and waved before her. There was a fist-sized black vortex before her that seemed to be devouring the surrounding darkness. Shortly after, the black vortex trembled and expanded until it was 10 feet wide. Wang Lin walked out from it. The moment he walked out, the black hole vortex collapsed and turned into specks of light that disappeared into thin air. "Many thanks." Wang Lin clasped his hands at the woman sitting there. The beautiful woman opened her eyes and revealed a hint of exhaustion. She looked at Wang Lin, and after a long time, she shook her head and let out a sigh. "When we parted that year, your cultivation was still weak. I didn't think that when we meet again today, you would actually reach such a level. I thought that you had already forgotten about our agreement. But a year ago, I received a message from you through a jade slip. Only then did I realize that you hadn't forgotten about it. You helped me leave this place. Wang naturally won't forget. However, due to some trivial matters, I came a bit late." Wang Lin smiled as he looked down at the giant lion that was running through the stars. Then he sat down in the lotus position on the side. When he decided to go to the ancient star system to destroy the outer realm's ancient celestial realm, he had already thought of a way out. Wang Lin knew that this trip would not be simple. Once he used up the power of the 2 arrows, the sovereign would kill him. Even if Wang Lin didn't only have the power of 2 arrows left, the outer realm was the 7-colored Taoist domain. Once the 7-colored Taoist made a move, it would be difficult for Wang Lin to escape with his current cultivation level. Therefore, 1 year ago, when he was cultivating at the wheel formation, he used the jade that the woman gave him to send out a message. Using the jade as a medium, He reached an agreement with the woman he hadn't contacted in a long time. The reason he was looking for this woman's help was because through various clues and what he knew, Wang Lin was 60% confident that this woman was the missing first concubine. After a simple communication, the woman revealed her identity. As Wang Lin had guessed, she was indeed the first concubine of the celestial sovereign. I was once the first concubine of the seven Tao sects, seven-colored celestial sovereign. I told you this when we talked. I also have another identity. I'm the little sister of the seven-colored celestial sovereign's Tao partner, Fan Shanming. My name is Fan Shanlu. The peerless beauty said softly. When we talked, you knew that this was just a cave, so I wouldn't hide anything from you. It is indeed like this. During the battle between the two suns, the seven-colored celestial sovereign viciously used my big sister as bait to obtain the treasure. Then he sealed the seven Tao sect. Here, I can't trust anyone from the immortal astral continent. I was also injured by the seven-colored celestial sovereign, and my cultivation hadn't recovered until you appeared. There is no conflict of interest between us. We can cooperate. The woman softly said, You want to take the cultivators of the cave world to leave this place and go to the immortal astral continent. I'll help you with this. The immortal astral continent is a very mysterious place. It is too big and filled with war. There is rarely peace between the various sections. If you want to gain a foothold there, you must have a sect. Any place that is slightly better has already been occupied. To be honest, with your cultivation level, you won't be able to snatch a sect. The cave world is, after all, an illusion. Everything here is fake, and it is indeed fake. Since ancient times, I have rarely heard of people coming out from the cave world of the various sections. I need to tell you this in advance. Wang Lin silently pondered as he listened to the woman's words. But it is not that there are none. However, when you go to the immortal astral continent, you'll have to pay a great price. You will have to bear the punishment of entering the immortal astral continent. I have heard a bit about this, but only after you reach void tribulent in the cave world can you have some confidence in passing the punishment. However, I can't help you with this matter. The woman looked at Wang Lin and slowly spoke. I'm listening. Wang Lin's expression was calm, without any fluctuations. When the woman saw this, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of appreciation. The woman pondered a bit and suddenly said, My elder sister is not dead. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he didn't speak. She is not here. She is in the immortal astral continent. It is very difficult to obtain a sect on the immortal astral continent, but if you kill the seven-colored celestial sovereign, the seven Tao sect will be yours. My elder sister and I won't take any of it. The two of us are not from the seven Tao sect, but core disciples of Sure San's sect in the eastern part of the immortal astral continent. Back then, the two of us were blind and our hearts were tied to the seven-colored celestial sovereign. The woman clenched her teeth and revealed a look of resentment. Even after you obtain the seven Tao sect, if you want to continue cultivating, the two of us can introduce you to the Great Soul sect. As for the punishment of entering the immortal astral continent, I'll get my elder sister to ask teacher to help you enter the immortal astral continent so that the punishment will be reduced. Wang Lin silently pondered. A moment later, he slowly spoke. Aside from me, what about the other cultivators in the cave world? The beautiful woman was about to speak when her expression suddenly changed and she turned around. At the same time, Wang Lin's expression became gloomy and he turned around. Chapter 1693. The lions beneath them began to tremble violently. Terror appeared in their eyes, and as they trembled, they stopped in the darkness of the starry sky. Behind them, a seven-colored light flashed like starlight. From a distance, it looked as if the space had been torn apart and the seven-colored light had forced its way in. Wang Lin's pupils shrank, and he stepped forward without hesitation. His speed rumbled, and in the blink of an eye, he began to teleport forward. Behind him, Fan Shanlu also didn't hesitate. She moved like a butterfly and closely followed behind Wang Lin. As she escaped, she raised her jade-like hand and waved it at the lion behind her. The lion immediately let out a roar and charged toward the seven-colored light as if it had gone mad. Fan Shanlu's eyes lit up, and she muttered, "Blood sacrifice." At the instant he spoke, the lion was covered in a blood-red light. With a bang, its body exploded and turned into a bloody mess. Crimson fog was set off, and the fog churned and spread out in all directions. Sharp roars suddenly echoed in the galaxy from all directions. The auras of fierce beasts suddenly rose and rushed toward this place. Wang Lin used almost all of his strength and turned into a ray of light that broke through the void. His body would occasionally merge with the stars, and he moved even faster. Here, Fan Shanlu was a bit faster than Wang Lin. Her cultivation level was very high, and even though she was injured, she had suppressed it a lot over the years. She passed Wang Lin and didn't lead the way. Instead, she wanted to turn and fly in another direction. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he didn't hesitate to follow. However, just at this moment, a cold snort came from the void behind the two of them. There was no sound like thunder, but there was a shocking pressure and sound wave. At this moment, there were already more than 100 fierce beasts behind the two of them. They were attracted by the blood mist, but almost as soon as they appeared, they let out a cold snort and let out miserable screams. Their bodies were pushed back as if they had been hit by a powerful force. As they were knocked back, thunderous rumbles echoed, and the bodies of more than 100 fierce beasts exploded. A few drops of blood and pieces of flesh flew by Wang Lin, causing his expression to become even more gloomy. As the 100 fierce beasts collapsed, the seven-colored light pierced through their flesh and blood. The seven-colored Taoist calmly walked over with his hands behind his back. "Wang Lin, give me the Li Guang Bao and arrow." His words were slow, but when they entered Wang Lin's ears, they caused his mind to tremble, and he coughed out blood. Fan Shanlu grabbed Wang Lin's arm. Her face was pale as she rushed forward with Wang Lin. "I remember you. You're this lord's first concubine. Why are you running after seeing this lord?" The seven-colored Taoist gaze swept by and landed on Fan Shanlu. He waved his right hand, and 9 red firebirds appeared before the seven-colored Taoist. These 9 firebirds weren't rosefinch, but the heat they gave off was something not even rosefinch could compare to. There was also the aura of a cultivation planet's soul coming from these 9 firebirds. What kind of firebirds were these? They were clearly 9 extremely rare burning cultivation planets that the seven-colored Taoist had refined. Or rather, they were 9 suns. At this moment, he waved his sleeve, and the 9 firebirds flew into the air. They turned into 9 rays of fire and shot toward Wang Lin and Fan Shanlu. "You blocked them." At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin could no longer hide his strength. He waved his right hand. Fan Shanlu didn't hesitate to use this force to jump back. Her hands formed a seal and pressed on her chest. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and let out a mournful cry. "Great Soul Tao, lead this soul to the underworld. Sacrifice my soul and form a soul to split a world." Fan Shanlu raised her right hand and reached at the void. The blood she had coughed out turned into a blood mist that entered her right hand. In an instant, it turned into a blood-red blade. With this blade in hand, Fan Shanlu suddenly raised it and chopped down at the 9 firebirds. The blade collapsed and split into 9 pieces that flew toward the 9 firebirds to block them. Borrowing this time, Wang Lin's left hand reached out and the Li Guang Bao appeared. His right hand pulled the bowstring and Wang Lin let out a roar. The veins on his forehead swelled, and there was a flash of golden light in his eyes as he pulled the bow. The sovereign's calculation for the Li Guang Bao wouldn't be wrong. Wang Lin only had the power to fire 2 shots, but the sovereign didn't know that Wang Lin still had a drop of celestial blood. This drop of blood was something that Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao had tricked from the madman. In the end, it was taken by Wang Lin. It was this extra drop of blood. Even though it didn't contain much blood, it was enough to make the sovereign miscalculate. There was a buzzing sound as the Li Guang Bao was pulled and the arrow appeared. The moment it appeared, Wang Lin let go of the bow and a buzzing sound echoed. The bowstring bounced back and the arrow whistled through the air. At this instant, The sound of the arrow whistling through the air replaced all sounds in the world. The arrow passed by Fan Shanlu's ear, and the wind it created caused her hair to fly into the air. It even cut off 8 strands of her hair. After flashing past him, the arrow directly collided with the 9 firebirds. Rumble, 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 rumble. A powerful shockwave was pushed back. Fan Shanlu was hit by the shockwave, and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She immediately retreated, but Wang Lin grabbed her arm. The two of them didn't even look at the power of the arrow before turning to leave. My cave is 4 million kilometers ahead. There's a restriction there that can resist for a while. Fan Shanlu quickly sent a voice transmission. Wang Lin didn't say a word as he grabbed her arm and disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already 2 million kilometers away. His face was pale as he rushed forward once more. Is he the 7-colored celestial sovereign? Wang Lin moved forward and didn't dare to stop, but his divine sense entered Fan Shanlu's mind. Yes and no. Before Fan Shanlu could finish speaking, a voice came from the starry sky behind them. The old man is, of course, the 7-colored celestial sovereign. I originally didn't want to kill you. I just wanted to take back the bow and arrow. I'll give you one last chance. Give me the bow and arrow. In the distance, the 7-colored Taoist figure slowly walked out. His expression didn't change at all. That arrow had no effect on him. However, Wang Lin didn't believe it. However, this was not the time to observe. If the 7-colored Taoist wanted to hide something, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to see through it. Forget it. Since you want to die, then I'll help you. The 7-colored Taoist revealed a look of pity. He shook his head and raised his right hand to point at Wang Lin and Fan Shanlu. With this, a 7-colored crystal appeared at the tip of the 7-colored Taoist's finger. The moment the crystal appeared, it charged toward Wang Lin and Fan Shanlu. When it closed in, there was a thunderous bang, and the crystal suddenly dissipated. 7-colored light shrouded the surrounding 100,000 feet and directly wrapped around Wang Lin and Zhao Zhouge. From a distance, it wasn't 7-colored light wrapping around them. It was clearly the crystal that dissipated before. At this instant, the crystal around the two of them rapidly shrank. Cracking sounds echoed, and intense pain came from Wang Lin's body. A powerful pressure came from all directions and wanted to completely crush his body. Fan Shanlu's face was pale. At this moment of danger, she raised her right hand and formed a seal. The 7-colored jade seal appeared once more and circled around her. She coughed out blood, and it landed on the seal. "Big sister, help me!" Her voice was extremely mournful. The moment her voice echoed, the star system trembled as if a foreign aura had appeared out of thin air. At this moment, the immortal astral continent was a land of ice. From afar, the entire continent was covered in snow, and there were still snowflakes falling from the sky. The surrounding climate was enough to freeze all life to death. Even earls would find it difficult to survive here. In this frozen land, there was an ice mountain, and inside the ice mountain sat a woman. This woman's appearance was exactly the same as Fan Shanlu. At that moment, the woman in the ice mountain suddenly opened her eyes and raised her right hand to point at the space between her eyebrows. With this, a 7-colored light came from between her eyebrows. At the same time, in the rift in the cloud sea, a burst of 7-colored light came from between Fan Shanlu's eyebrows. It was as if an external force had entered her body through an indescribable method. At this moment, a thunderous rumble echoed. With this force, the 7-colored palm print in front of Fan Shanlu shone brightly and expanded with a bang. It grew to thousands of feet, 10,000 feet, and even tens of thousands of feet. It forcibly broke the shrinking crystal, and as rumbles echoed in the air, the crystal that trapped the two of them collapsed. The moment it collapsed, the 7-colored seal shot out toward the 7-colored Taoist. "I've used my full power. Take me away." Fan Shanlu's eyes dimmed, and she staggered back. Wang Lin grabbed her, and they disappeared without a trace. When they reappeared, they were 2 million kilometers away. In front of him, There was a huge ship the size of a mortal city. This ship was purple in color and looked very spectacular. There were layers of protection around it, covering the entire area and emitting an extremely powerful pressure. The flag on the ship moved without any wind and turned into a ghostly face. Wang Lin held Fan Shanlu and charged into the layers of protection. There was a flash of light from Kuang Shanlu's body, and the two of them safely entered without any obstruction. Who the hell is he? Wang Lin landed on the deck of the ship and asked Fan Shanlu. This matter had been suppressed in his heart for far too long. During the final battle in the cave, Wang Lin wouldn't retreat. He thanked Archicad, Huang He, Yao Yao, and Medusa for waiting for the right moment. At the critical moment, they bravely killed the Alliance leader and followed Wang Lin to break through the cage of fate with their third-step cultivators. Jin felt very lucky and gifted each of them a 7-colored divine spear to express his gratitude. In addition, due to something happening at the last YY gathering, I wasn't able to accompany everyone to the fullest. Let's gather again tonight at 8 p.m. This time, I'm going all out. Jin will accompany everyone until midnight and play to the fullest, but don't force me to sing. This book is provided by Qidian by Jin. Chapter 1694. Fan Shanlu's face was pale, and she didn't answer Wang Lin's words. Instead, she staggered a few steps and sat down. Her hands formed a seal, and she closed her eyes to cultivate. 7-colored light shined from her body, and a dazzling 7-colored light gathered between her eyebrows. A vortex was faintly visible, and not only did the vortex give off 7-colored light, it also gave off a cold aura. As soon as the cold air appeared on the huge ship, a layer of frost immediately formed on the deck with a cracking sound, and white fog spread out in all directions. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he retreated a few steps. However, just at this moment, Fan Shanlu's face turned red, and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into ice and scattered on the deck. Shortly after, the vortex between her eyebrows expanded and rapidly rotated. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He saw a face appear inside the vortex between Fan Shanlu's eyebrows. It was a face that was almost exactly the same as Fan Shanlu's, and it was a beautiful face that could make one's heart pound. The moment the face appeared, pain appeared on Fan Shanlu's face. Veins popped up on her face, and she became ferocious. At the same time, she opened her eyes, and the vortex between her eyebrows collapsed. It rushed back in her head and disappeared with the other beautiful face. A miserable scream echoed, and blood flowed out from the corner of Fan Shanlu's mouth. Her hands formed a seal, and she closed her eyes to cultivate again. All of this entered Wang Lin's eyes and caused Wang Lin to become extremely serious. He vaguely saw something, but he wasn't sure. While pondering, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and shrouded the giant ship. As his divine sense spread out, everything about the ship appeared in his mind. This ship was very large, and there were many restrictions that even Wang Lin found strange. As his divine sense spread out, Wang Lin was shocked to find that the entire ship was made of restrictions. Even the deck under his feet was the same. It could be said that this ship was like a giant restriction formation. The layers of protection around the ship were formed by the restrictions on the ship. They overlapped each other, and it would be very difficult to break them. When Wang Lin's divine sense swept by, he found the center of the restrictions inside the ship. It was the sail with the ghostly face on the pole. The ghostly face inside the sail seemed to be alive. When Wang Lin's divine sense swept by, the ghostly face's eyes turned and stared at Wang Lin. Although it was silent, when the ghostly face stared at him, Wang Lin seemed to hear a ferocious roar in his mind. This roar penetrated his mind and caused Wang Lin's expression to change. He retreated a few steps. Time restriction, life and death restriction, auspicious soul restriction, annihilation restriction. Not only does this ship have these 4 restrictions, but there are also restrictions that I have never seen before. If I have time to master all of these restrictions and study them thoroughly, then it's very likely that I'll be able to use the power of the restriction essence. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. His restrictions were extraordinary, but unfortunately, although he had seen many restrictions in this cave world, most of them were incomplete. If he tried to deduce them by force, it would be like building a car behind closed doors. Not only would it waste a lot of time, it would also be very difficult to obtain anything. But now, things are different. The restrictive spells on this ship had opened up many paths for Wang Lin. If he could understand all of them, he would be able to deduce the origin of restrictive spells. After Wang Lin observed the restrictions here for a moment, seven-colored light appeared in the darkness outside the ship, dispelling the darkness. The seven-colored Taoist walked out. This ship is a bit familiar. The seven-colored Taoist stood outside the ship and looked at it with a look of reminiscence. However, no matter how much he thought, he couldn't remember where he had seen this ship before. I didn't obtain my memories, so there are many things I can't remember. The seven-colored Taoist silently pondered for a moment before shaking his head and waving his right hand. A thunderous rumble echoed. The deck of the ship shook violently, and the thunderous rumbles turned into muffled sounds. Wang Lin turned to look outside. Through the layers of light, Wang Lin clearly saw the seven-colored Taoist outside. He also saw the seven-colored Taoist, who was still calm, as if nothing in the world could cause his expression to change. Thunderous rumbles echoed once more. As the deck shook, the outermost layer of light collapsed. Under the impact of the collapse, the giant ship was pushed back hundreds of feet. Although the restrictions on this ship are powerful, only 2 of them have been activated. With just 2, I fear they won't be able to stop the seven-colored Taoist. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was a life and death crisis. The seven-colored Taoist might not kill him for some reason, but he would take away the Li Guang Bao and arrow. Wang Lin could not hand over the Li Guang Bao and arrow. It was very important. It was something he could rely on to deal with these arcane void cultivators. Most importantly, Wang Lin wouldn't let the other party choose his life. He didn't want his life to be controlled by the other party. Just as Wang Lin's eyes lit up, a cold voice came from behind him. Even at his peak, this soul devil ship can stop him for dozens of hours. Fan Shanlu slowly opened her eyes. Even though the restrictions on this ship have been activated less than 3 times, he is not the same as before. He can stop him for 3 days. Fan Shanlu's eyes were cold as she stared at the seven-colored Taoist outside the ship. There was a complicated sense of hatred in her eyes. Wang Lin turned to look at the woman. After a long time, he suddenly said, "You're not Fan Shanlu." The woman withdrew her gaze from outside the ship and looked at Wang Lin. A moment later, there was a hint of admiration in her eyes, and she nodded. "You are indeed worthy of being chosen by my little sister. I'm indeed not Fan Shanlu. I'm her big sister, Fan Shanming." Wang Lin narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at her, but he didn't speak. "You should know my identity for my little sister. I'm the seven-colored Celestial Sovereign's Tao partner." As the woman spoke, she raised her right hand and waved it at the light curtain. 7-colored light surrounded her right hand and shot toward the light curtain. After fusing with the light curtain, a powerful aura spread out from the ship. The protective light curtain immediately became even thicker, completely blocking out the rumbling outside. By the time it reached his ears, it was almost undetectable. "Since you're cooperating with us, sisters, I won't hide it from you." Back then, Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and Grand Empyrean Xian Luo appeared near my 7 Dao sect. Their cultivation levels were unparalleled, and they were fighting for a storage fragment that somehow flew out from the immemorial God realm. It was impossible for the 7-colored Taoist and I to participate in this, and we definitely wouldn't obtain any benefits. However, in the end, we were fated. Even now, I still don't understand how Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and Grand Empyrean Xian Luo didn't notice that a piece was missing. The missing piece fell into the hands of the 7-colored Taoist, and it was because of this that I was able to see his heart. In order to cover up the aura of the fragment, I gave up all my cultivation to suppress him and quickly returned to the Seven Tao sect. But along the way, he plotted against me. I wasn't on guard at all, and because of his plot, I lost all of my cultivation base. He used it to suppress that fragment and then destroyed my body and soul with a single palm strike. He did this to silence me, because he was worried that news of this would spread. He also wanted to use my cultivation to open the fragment. After all, this fragment came from the Taiji God realm, so it was extremely difficult to open it. However, I didn't die. I was a core disciple of the Great Soul sect, and my life soul was with Teacher. Teacher used the reincarnation spell to quickly reincarnate me. There were people in the Seven Tao sect who listened to me, and my little sister was there. I borrowed Teacher's power to tell my little sister all of this, and that's why the battle in the cave world happened. The woman slowly spoke of the past. I knew that he must have opened a fragment and obtained what was inside. I knew that he lured ancient Tao Yimo to seal the Seven Tao sect. But how could I let him succeed? I told this to Lien Daofei, who had always coveted my beauty, and lured him to the Seven Tao sect. With my little sister's help, most of his concubines betrayed him, and this caused the Seven Tao sect disciples in the cave world to split. That's how the inner and outer realms came into existence. The woman paused and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm and didn't change at all. He had many speculations in his heart, and after hearing what she said, he only believed some of them, but not all of them. Also, many of the things she said seemed to be complete, but in truth, there were still some clues. Wang Lin pondered a bit and then slowly said, "What kind of place is the Taiji God realm?" There's a legend on the immemorial astral continent that the immemorial God realm has opened 9 times. Every time it opens, the one who obtains the fortune becomes a grand Empyrean. Until now, it has opened 9 times, and there have indeed been 9 suns. The 10th time it opens, perhaps a 10th sun will appear. As for what the immemorial God realm is, I don't know. You said that the 7-color Taoist is very different from the 7-color Taoist from back then. I need an answer to this. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the blurry figure that was constantly shattering the light. The woman pondered a bit and then suddenly said, "He is not complete. I don't know how he got Li Guang to help him kill ancient Tao Yimo, but I know that when Lien Daofei broke into the cave according to the method I told him, a fierce battle occurred inside. This battle happened not long after ancient Tao died. The 7-color Taoist was injured and went into closed-door cultivation to study what he obtained from the fragment. I only found out later that there was a heavenly Tao inside the fragment." Chapter 1695. I didn't see that battle with my own eyes. It was all in my little sister's memory. Lien Daofei's cultivation was heaven-defying, and he single-handedly defeated the 4 generals and many 7 Tao sect disciples. With overwhelming strength, he seriously injured everyone. At this time, my little sister and the celestial imperial concubines rebelled and helped Lien Daofei. At the most chaotic moment, Lien Daofei passed by everyone and went to where the 7-color Daofei was in closed-door cultivation. He forced the 7-color Daofei to come out and fight him. That battle was very intense. The 7-color Daofei was already injured, so he summoned the heavenly Tao stored in the cave world. He used the heavenly Tao Devour spell to resist Lien Daofei. In the end, Lien Daofei was seriously injured and was devoured by the heavenly Tao. No one knew where he went, but with his immortal celestial body, he shouldn't have died. Right now, he was still in the cave world. However, the heavenly Tao was also seriously injured and on the verge of death. Countless drops of heavenly Tao blood scattered before dissipating. However, since the cave world could still produce life, it meant that the heavenly Tao wasn't dead. The 7-colored Taoist body collapsed and turned into 3 primary souls. One of them contained his life spells and became the him outside the ship. The other soul contained his domain and essence. It escaped after the battle and should be in the inner realm. The last soul contained all of the 7-colored Taoist memories, including how to summon the heavenly Tao and where he hid the fragment he obtained. This final soul had no essence, no divine abilities, and even now, no one knew where it was. Perhaps it was a cultivator, perhaps it was a mortal, perhaps it was a wild beast. Perhaps it had been reincarnated countless times, and perhaps it had forgotten its own identity. Its memories had always been dormant. The seven-color Taoist was one of the three souls that had inherited its spells. He was the most powerful and had forced the celestial imperial concubines to obey him. He had even subdued Lien Daofei's palm print little boy servant. Over countless years, he had been searching for the third soul. He gradually formed his own will. If he found the third soul and devoured it, then he would obtain the second soul that had mastered the essence domain. Then he would become the new seven-color Taoist. Similarly, the second soul in the inner realm was also searching. No matter which of the two souls found the third soul, they could become the leader, because the third soul controlled the memories. Without this important third soul, the other souls wouldn't be able to fuse and devour each other. As a result, the seven-color Taoist and the second soul couldn't devour each other. Not to mention them, even the other fragments that were scattered when the seven colors collapsed were unable to devour each other. After seven color died, in addition to the three main souls, there were also seven fragments. These seven fragments changed identities over the countless years of reincarnation, but their souls still belonged to seven-colored. The seven-color Taoist and the second soul completely ignore these seven fragments. Even if they find them, they can't devour them, so it's better to give them freedom and let them cultivate on their own. Once they find the third soul and devour it, the other seven fragments will be attracted to form the complete seven-colored celestial sovereign. All of this is the secret of this cave world. A huge wave was set off in Wang Lin's heart. When a woman said what had happened on the immortal astral continent, Wang Lin could remain calm. However, after hearing this, he took a deep breath and retreated a few steps. His expression changed greatly. He finally knew what the third soul was. He finally knew why the seven-color Taoist outside the ship was different from the statue he had obtained. He also finally knew why the woman in silver in the storage space didn't mean she had opened the door. This door was likely the door to the cave. The door to the cave wasn't opened by anyone, but the woman before him had told the madman how to open it. There might be some things that didn't match up, but Wang Lin hadn't personally seen them, so he could only imagine the scenes he had made up through the woman's words. The truth might be different, but it was likely this was the truth. 3 souls and 7 fragments. So it was the 3 souls and 7 fragments. The sovereign said that the old devil Jean should have died. When they met in the cloud sea, the sovereign's shock didn't seem fake. Even he didn't know. Also, in the 7-colored realm in the brilliant void, when I went to save Shimizu, the 7-colored Taoist also appeared. He seemed to admire the old devil Jean a lot. He said that the old devil Jean was an anomaly. Could it be that the old devil Jean was the second soul, Bu Wei? Only then would he be qualified to confront the 7-colored Taoist. Or it could be said that there's another soul inside the old devil Jean, and that soul is the second soul of the celestial sovereign. This must be the case. The war between the inner and outer realms is between the old devil Jean and the 7-colored Taoist. Their goal is to find the third soul during this endless slaughter. Then who is the third soul? Wang Lin's mind trembled. This news was like a thunderous rumble that tore open all the fog in his mind and allowed him to see the true nature of the matter. There is also the 7 fragments. When I was in the 7-colored realm in the brilliant void, I noticed that the 7-colored Taoist looked at Shimizu as if he was looking at himself. I felt it was strange, but I couldn't guess the answer. Now the answer is obvious. Senior brother Shimizu is one of the 7 fragments of the celestial sovereign. No wonder his life was miserable. No wonder he was able to obtain the slaughter essence. No wonder he was so powerful the moment he reached the 3rd step. I only know of Shimizu. Who are the other 6? Wang Lin, am I? Wang Lin silently pondered and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. My goal is to kill the seven-colored Taoist. Only by killing him can I get rid of my resentment. Your goal is the same as mine, and our cooperation will be a win-win situation. I can ask teacher to let you enter the immortal astral continent and reduce your punishment. I can also give up on the seven Tao sect. Once the seven-colored Taoist dies, the seven Tao sect will belong to you. As for the other people in the cave world, they can't leave because they can't withstand the punishment of entering the immortal astral continent. Not even my teacher can do this. However, I still have a method. Although they can't enter the immortal astral continent normally, they can reincarnate. Use the reincarnation method to have their souls follow you to the immortal astral continent to reincarnate. This way, once their memories awaken, you can search for them one by one. This is the best method I can think of. Wang Lin silently pondered for a long time. He looked up at the woman and began to ponder. Even if we cooperate with the seven-colored Taoist and old Devil Jean's cultivation, we can't resist them. How can we kill them? After hearing Wang Lin's words, the woman smiled. It has to be said that this woman was extremely beautiful. When she smiled, she was like a flower. Her beauty was unmatched, and her charm could make one's heart skip a beat. I have two methods to kill the seven-colored Taoist. The first method is because this cave world has been sealed for countless years, and a lot of places are destroyed in the war back then. I can't come in myself, and can only use my little sister's body to form a sliver of origin soul. However, if I can lead the seven-colored Taoist, or the second soul, to the core of the cave, which is the entrance of the cave, I will be able to condense even more origin souls. That way, with my cultivation, I will be able to kill. This method is not perfect, but I have a second method. The focus of this second method is the third soul. I'll teach you a spell. If you can find the third soul, use this spell to devour it and completely erase its existence. From then on, you'll be the third soul. I'll help you devour the seven-colored Taoist and the second soul. Then you can absorb the remaining seven fragments. From then on, you will be the seven-colored Taoist. My little sister and I can stay with you. She will be your concubine, and I will become your Tao partner. Everything will return to its original trajectory. If you have other women, they can also become your concubine. Even on the immortal astral continent, if you find a female cultivator you like, I can help you capture them, and we can cultivate together. The seven-colored Taoist was like this back then. I helped him capture a lot of female cultivators. Aside from my little sister, I helped him find most of his 8 concubines. With the help of my teacher, our souls will fuse and our cultivation levels will increase. With the immemorial God realm fragment you obtained, we will be able to roam freely on the immortal astral continent. It is better than being stuck in a mere cave world. The woman revealed a charming smile as she spoke to Wang Lin. Wang Lin calmed his mind and looked at the woman. For some reason, he thought of something he had encountered a long time ago. That matter left a deep impression on Wang Lin. Even now, more than 1,000 years had passed, he still couldn't forget it. In the demon spirit land, Wang Lin had met the sovereign's daughter, the Tattoo clan's divine ancestor. She was in an extremely miserable state. Her eyes had been dug out, and she was suppressed inside Qing Lin's cave. Her resentment was monstrous. This woman's resentment toward Qing Lin was very similar to the person before him. The Tattoo clan's divine ancestor's words echoed in Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin originally believed it, but when he heard Qing Lin's words, he was confused. He didn't know who was right here. We'll talk about this later. The most important thing right now is how to avoid the seven-colored Taoist pursuit. Wang Lin sneered in his heart when he heard the woman's words. However, he was very cunning and wouldn't just reject her like this. After all, this was the beginning of their cooperation. Killing the seven-colored Taoist would benefit everyone. This matter is not difficult. You and I will exchange our oath of blood. After confirming our cooperation, I'll control this ship to send you safely out. The woman faintly smiled. Oath of blood. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He suddenly understood that she had led him here and said those words. There must be a deeper meaning behind this. This matter is not urgent. Where's the altar you spoke of? Tomorrow it will erupt. I'm begging for monthly votes. To be continued. Chapter 1696. When the seven-colored celestial sovereign's Tao partner, Fan Shanming, heard Wang Lin's words, her eyes shined an undetectable amount. She chuckled and was about to speak, but just at this moment, the soul devil ship trembled violently. The tremors came from the outside world, and, as the wind howled, it caused the soul demon ship to tremble. At the same time, loud rumbles echoed in the air, and the ship was swept back several thousand feet. This sudden change caused Fan Shaming's expression to change, and she looked outside the soul devil ship. Wang Lin jumped 3 inches off the deck of the ship and floated with the ship. His eyes shined brightly as he looked outside the ship. 7-colored light surrounded the soul devil ship, and the 7-colored Taoist continued to wave his hands. Every time he waved his sleeves, a gust of wind would blow at the countless layers of light barriers around the soul devil ship. Sounds of collisions echoed as layers of light barriers collapsed. In the blink of an eye, a small portion of the light barriers had shattered. Fan Shanming let out a cold snort and withdrew her gaze. She looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "No matter, he won't be able to break it without a few days. The altar you speak of is something my little sister accidentally obtained here. There is an ancient power inside the altar that she can't break with her cultivation, and there is no need for her to do so. However, it is different for you. If you can break the protection of the altar and obtain the inheritance inside, your cultivation level will increase. This altar is in the last layer of the soul devil ship. Do you want to go now? However, you only have 3 days of time. During these 3 days, I can control the ship to escape and deal with the 7-colored Taoist, but at most 3 days. 3 days is not enough." Wang Lin frowned. At this moment, the soul devil ship trembled once more. The 7-colored Taoist spell became even stronger, and the soul devil ship looked like it was going to collapse. Wang Lin didn't reveal any of his thoughts and slowly said, "There is no need to rush the matter of the blood oath. Wang is very interested in your soul devil ship. 3 days should be enough for me to study it." "You want to study the restrictions on the ship?" Fan Shanming was startled. Whether it was her or her little sister, they didn't have a complete understanding of Wang Lin and didn't know Wang Lin's attainment and restrictions. Hearing Wang Lin's words, Fan Shanming had a strange expression and spoke after a long time. "This soul devil ship is a treasure of my great soul sect. Although it is not high quality, it is at least mid-quality. Forget you. Even I am not confident I can understand such a treasure. Fellow Taoist Wang, I advise you to use these 3 days to go to the altar. If you can absorb the power inside, then with your powerful, fleshly body, your cultivation base will increase. This child is a cave world cultivator, and he wants to try to study of my great soul sect, King, Soul, and King. Lin, Wang, and Soul, and King, Lin, and Chun S, and he Tian and God, and A and Lin he to Chun and he and King Chun. He is simply overestimating himself. Oh, could it be that fellow cultivator is worried that Wang will take over the ship after studying it?" Wang Lin revealed a smile that wasn't a smile as he looked at Fan Shanming. Wang Lin already knew what she was thinking. Aside from Tian Yunzi, Wang Lin had a clear understanding of everyone else. The two sisters obviously knew that the 7-colored Taoist would chase after them, so after delaying for a bit, they lured Wang Lin onto the soul devil ship, using the boat as a hidden threat and the 7-colored Taoist outside to pressure them on the surface. Even though it wasn't a threat at all, it was much more effective than a threat. In this situation, it seemed like Wang Lin could only listen to the other party's suggestion and exchange the oath of blood. There was no other way. As a result, Wang Lin was in a completely passive position, and the other party had the initiative. In truth, it was as Wang Lin thought. Fan Shanming and her sister had the same plan. If it was someone else other than Wang Lin, they would have no choice but to listen and temporarily avoid this danger. However, with Wang Lin's intelligence, he wouldn't easily believe everything the other party said. He liked to control everything in his own hands, the feeling of controlling his own life. At this moment, the Soul Devil ship was being controlled by the other party. Even if Wang Lin went to the altar, everything would be under the other party's surveillance. It was an exaggeration to say that Wang Lin didn't feel safe inside the other party's treasure. How could Wang Lin give up so easily? Although his cultivation level was high, he was also very cunning. There was a hidden meaning behind his words. If he could really comprehend the Soul Devil ship and gain control over it, not only would he be able to solve the problem of the seven-color Taoist, but he would also be able to solve the other party's trap. Fan Shanming's expression froze, but she quickly returned to normal. She smiled and spoke softly. She faintly smiled and softly said, "Wang Dao, you must be joking. Since you're so confident, then you can study the ship. This little girl will wait for you." Although she said this, she was sneering in her heart. She didn't think Wang Lin was qualified. Wang Lin still had a smile that wasn't a smile on his face as he slowly said, "Fellow cultivator seems to be a bit unhappy, but fellow cultivator can rest assured. Even if Wang really understands the restrictions on the ship, he won't take it for himself and will return it to fellow cultivator." Fan Shanming calmly looked at Wang Lin and smiled. Fellow cultivator is so confident. That's fine. If you can truly comprehend the restrictions on the ship, then I'll give it to you. However, if you can't, then don't waste any more time. Let's exchange our blood oath, and I'll send you to a safe place. No problem, Wang. Let's take a look first. If I don't succeed in the end, I'll give up. This was what Wang Lin was waiting for. His expression was calm, and he didn't even look at Fan Shanming. He walked to the side and sat down. His divine sense slowly spread out, and he began to study the deck under his feet. Fan Shanming hid the coldness in her eyes. She had to obtain Wang Lin's blood oath. With this blood, she could ask her teacher for help to activate a strange spell. Once she used this spell, she was confident she could turn Wang Lin into her puppet. This puppet would be an important way for her to kill the seven-color Taoist. Although this person is very cautious, I don't believe he can completely master the restrictions on the Soul Devil ship. He may have studied restrictions, but he is just a puppet cultivator of the cave world, a frog at the bottom of a well. How could such an ant study the restrictions on the immortal astral continent? This matter is simply ridiculous. Let's see how he studies it. If he fails and doesn't give me the blood oath, I still have other methods to deal with him. The coldness in Fan Shanming's eyes dissipated, and she revealed a gentle smile as she looked at Wang Lin. As Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, the luck star between his eyebrows flashed and formed a vortex. The devil star in his left and right eyes also appeared. The three luck star rotated and fused together to form ancient Tao power. The moment this ancient Tao power appeared, the vague figure of the ancient Tao appeared above Wang Lin's body. The moment the ancient Tao shadow appeared, it shrouded Wang Lin's body, and he also sat down. This was a shocking scene. The ancient Tao shadow had changed in size. At this moment, it was only a few hundred feet wide around Wang Lin, but it still looked like a small mountain. Wang Lin was completely protected by the shadow. When Fan Shanming saw this, she frowned. This person is a bit too careful. Using the ancient Tao power to protect his body, Wang Lin relaxed and spread out his divine sense into the deck below him. When his divine sense spread out, an invisible force repelled and prevented Wang Lin's divine sense from going deeper. This invisible force was formed by the restrictions on the deck. This allowed Wang Lin to see from the outside, but he couldn't see the inside of the restrictions. Fan Shanming sneered in her heart. This Soul Devil ship was a treasure of the Great Soul Sect, so she knew a lot about it. Not to mention anything else, just the resistance from this restriction. If one doesn't have a very high understanding of restrictions, then, just as she thought of this, she was startled. Her eyes shined brightly as she stared at Wang Lin. Inside the ancient Tao shadow, Wang Lin waved his right hand and countless restrictions appeared. 10, 100, 1,000. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000,000 restrictions appeared around him. These restrictions overlapped with each other and gave off a dazzling light. In an instant, 1,000,000 restrictions fused into one, and Wang Lin pressed his palm against the deck beside him. This palm caused the deck to tremble, and even the entire Soul Devil ship trembled. A ripple spread from where Wang Lin's hand pressed down. It passed by Fan Shanming in the blink of an eye and covered nearly 30% of the deck. As the ripple spread, the deck became completely different to Wang Lin's eyes. It was as if the clothes had been taken off and the source of the ship was revealed. His gaze swept by. There was no deck on the Soul Devil ship. The ground was clearly formed by restrictions gathered together. These restrictions were completely different. They shrouded the area and gave off a faint, dark light. He actually broke the protection of the deck. He doesn't just know some restrictions. His mastery of restrictions has reached a very high position. Fan Shanming gasped, and her gaze toward Wang Lin changed. No wonder he is so confident. However, even if his mastery of restrictions is extraordinary, so what? The restrictions in the cave world are only a part of the restrictions on the immortal astral continent. It is impossible for him to completely master them in just 3 short days. Fan Shanming silently pondered for a moment and then sneered. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he raised his right hand and pointed at one of the restrictions. The light of deduction flashed in his eyes. This deck is only the outer layer of the restrictions on the Soul Devil ship, but there are thousands of restrictions on it. 3 days is indeed a bit rushed. While the monthly votes were being overtaken, some people thought Lin Qiue was going to lose. I don't know what will happen in the end. Let's erupt and send the first one. Chapter 1697. Wang Lin calmed his mind. The sound of the 7-colored Taoist breaking the restriction seemed to have been isolated. He was completely immersed in studying the restriction. Just at that moment, a strange gust of wind appeared. That wind blew onto the pole of the Soul Demon ship and lifted the sail, causing the ghostly faces on the sail to reveal demonic glints in their eyes. This ghostly face seemed to stare at Wang Lin and revealed a strange smile, as if it was alive. Wang Lin frowned and felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. He couldn't calm down. He looked up, and his gaze fell on the sail's ghostly face. Their gazes met. A moment later, Wang Lin gradually calmed down. He lowered his head and immersed himself in studying the restriction once more. The restrictions under Wang Lin's feet gradually lit up. Ripples spread across the deck and into the distance. Of the 4 great restrictions, I know the most about the annihilation restriction. The life and death restriction and the time restriction are also passable. Only the auspicious soul restriction is something I haven't seen much of. I only saw the gigantic Yong in the Fallen Land. However, there are many ancient soul restrictions on this deck. As Wang Lin pondered, the deduction in his eyes became even stronger. His right hand pointed at a restriction rune. This rune was a miniature ancient soul restriction. There were faint roars coming from it. As Wang Lin's gaze swept by, he could vaguely see a giant python inside the restriction. This python was extremely ferocious and kept roaring at Wang Lin as if it wanted to rush out and devour Wang Lin. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. During these 6 hours, the restriction light screen outside the ship continued to rumble and flicker violently. Faint rays of 7-colored light seemed to penetrate through and shine on the deck. Fan Shanming's eyes gradually became cold as she stared at Wang Lin. The shock from before had completely calmed down. From her point of view, Wang Lin had reached a bottleneck and hadn't moved for 6 hours. How can this Soul Devil ship be so easy to study? Earlier, this person was already at his limit when he opened the restriction on the deck, but now he wants to break the restriction on the ship. Wang Lin, you are too arrogant. Fan Shanming's expression was calm, and she couldn't see the sneer in her heart. Fellow Taoist Wang, it has already been 6 hours. If you go to the cotton altar now, you might still be able to make it. Fan Shanming said softly. Wang Lin turned a deaf ear to her, as if he hadn't heard her at all. He continued to stare at the restriction on his right hand, and the deduction in his eyes became even more intense. Auspicious soul restriction. Use the soul as a guide and fuse it into the restriction, causing the restriction to become alive. This way, It can change constantly, and the stronger the sealed soul, the more powerful the restriction will be. This restriction isn't difficult. At the 10th hour, Wang Lin suddenly closed his eyes and pointed at the restriction rune with his right hand. With this, the restriction rune trembled and collapsed with a bang. The moment it collapsed, an illusory python turned into a ray of black smoke and shot out. However, before it could spread far, Wang Lin caught it with his right hand and squeezed it. The black smoke immediately disintegrated, but it didn't dissipate. Instead, when Wang Lin formed a seal with his right hand and pointed, the black smoke turned back into a restriction and returned to its original spot. This is the first one. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the restriction rune on the deck that he had studied and understood. His expression was calm as he raised his head to look at Fan Shanming. There's no rush. There's still enough time. Fan Shanming frowned. Although Wang Lin had broken one restriction rune, the number of restriction runes on the deck was almost unimaginable. Even so, they were only on the periphery. There were still restrictions inside the Soul Demon ship. 10 hours to break one. At this speed, I'm afraid that even after 3 days, fellow Taoist will only be able to break a dozen or so. You! Before Fan Shanming could finish speaking, popping sounds came from around Wang Lin. She was dumbfounded when she saw Wang Lin wave his right hand, and 9 restrictions on the deck collapsed. After turning into black smoke, they reformed into new restrictions that landed in their original spots. This is... Fan Shanming sucked in a deep breath. However, before she could completely inhale, her eyes bulged, and a look of disbelief appeared on them. Wang Lin waved his right hand again. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and the runic restrictions on the deck collapsed one after another. 80, hundreds, thousands, and, in the end, tens of thousands of them exploded. The black smoke they released turned into a black storm that swept up the deck and swept through the area. In just a few breaths, there were no longer any restrictions within 1,000 feet around Wang Lin. The only thing left was the black storm. In the end, the storm shattered into pieces and turned back into runic symbols that landed in their original spots. That was when Fan Shanming's shock began. I've embarrassed myself in front of fellow Taoists. Wang Lin smiled faintly. Fan Shanming sucked in a deep breath and forced out a smile. She nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist, your attainments and restrictions are indeed extraordinary. However, there are tens of millions of restrictions on the deck, and fellow Taoist has finally broken 100 of them. It's quite rare, but..." Wang Lin raised his right hand, and the destruction restriction appeared in his hand. His eyes shone brightly, causing Fan Shanming to pause for a moment. At that moment, the destruction restriction in Wang Lin's hand suddenly flashed and turned into a black light that spread across the entire deck. Booming sounds rang out again, and all the annihilation hexes on the deck trembled and collapsed at the same time. Among the tens of millions of hexes, just the annihilation hexes numbered in the millions. Now that they all collapsed, the Soul Devil ship trembled violently. At the same time, the life and death restrictions and the time restrictions appeared in Wang Lin's right hand and swept across the entire deck. Booming sounds rang out continuously as black gas rose into the sky. In the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, countless restrictions collapsed and turned into black gas. The black gas swirled around. Even Taoist Kai, who was outside the ship, narrowed his eyes and looked over carefully. There was no need to even mention Fan Shanming, whose vision was blocked by the black gas. She stared blankly at all of this, and her mind instantly went blank. 10 hours? How is this possible? Even though the restrictions on the deck are only the outer layer, it's impossible for someone to completely break them in 5 hours. Furthermore, he didn't just break the restrictions on the deck. After breaking the restriction, he reversed it and controlled it. This. Amidst the booming sounds, the black gas gradually dissipated and turned into restrictions that fell onto the deck. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the tens of millions of restrictions on the deck belonged to Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his right hand, and 4 restrictions floated above it. These 4 restrictions were very different. They were the forms of the 4 great restrictions. Breaking the restrictions on the deck wasn't difficult for Wang Lin. What was difficult was that he wanted to learn the ancient soul restriction. In those 10 hours, it looked like he was only studying one restriction. But in truth, as long as he finished studying that restriction, he would be able to comprehend the ancient flag restriction. After all, before this, Wang Lin wasn't completely ignorant about the ancient soul restriction. Wang Lin had studied the ancient soul restriction in the Fallen Land before. However, although that restriction looked complete, it still had many flaws. It was these flaws that affected Wang Lin's comprehension. However, the ancient soul restriction on the deck was different. It was extremely complete. The current Wang Lin was no longer the same person who had studied restrictions for many years on Restriction Mountain. The current Wang Lin was at the mid-stage of Spirit Void and had 6 essences. With his comprehension and understanding of restrictions, 10 hours was enough for him to understand everything. Wang Lin stood up and waved his right hand. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and all the remaining restrictions on the deck collapsed. This included the auspicious soul restriction and some arcane armament restrictions that Wang Lin had never seen before. He didn't have the time to completely understand all the restrictions he had never seen before. He only needed to look at them and memorize them. After gaining some knowledge, he would destroy them by force. This method might make the power of the restrictions on the deck weaker, but it would allow Wang Lin to quickly open a gap in the restrictions on the Soul Devil ship. Thunderous rumbles echoed. While Fan Shanmeng was shocked, all the restrictions on the deck were controlled by Wang Lin. Standing on the deck, Wang Lin was the owner of the deck. His eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at Fan Shanmeng. This ship has 9 layers of restrictions. The deck is the first layer, and there are 8 more layers below. Fellow cultivator, you said that if Wang breaks the restrictions, you will give me this ship? Fan Shanmeng's face was slightly pale. When the first layer of the Soul Demon ship's restriction was broken, she clearly found that a part of her control over the ship had been stolen. It was as if a treasure had 2 owners. She didn't expect such a drastic change to occur in just 5 hours. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Wang Lin smiled and shook his head. His body flickered and disappeared from the deck. When he reappeared, he was on the second deck of the Soul Devil ship. Staring at the spot where Wang Lin disappeared, Fan Shanmeng's eyes became cold. So what if he broke the first layer? The restrictions on the ship become more difficult the further you go. I don't believe that a mere Polypus army cultivator from the cave world can completely control the Soul Devil ship. Time passed. 1 hour, 4 hours, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 14 hours had passed. A day quickly passed. The 7-colored light outside the ship became even more dazzling, and the Soul Devil ship trembled even more violently. More than half of the light barrier had been broken by the 7-colored Taoist. Just as the 14 hours passed, a shocking aura came from the second deck, and the Soul Devil ship trembled violently. Impossible! Fan Shanmeng stood up, and the shock in her eyes couldn't be hidden. At this moment, another part of her control over the Soul Devil ship had been stolen. Because her original body couldn't come here, she didn't have much control over the ship. She could only use less than 30% of the ship's power. Now that another part had been stolen by Wang Lin, she only had a bit more control than Wang Lin. Second update, please get monthly votes. Chapter 1698. Once Wang Lin broke the 3rd layer of the restriction, the ship would fall into his hands. This was turning the tables on him. There was a flash of coldness in Fan Shanmeng's eyes. She raised her right hand and pointed at the layers of light around the ship. With this, the layers of light suddenly dimmed. At this instant, Fan Shanmeng's body flickered and she descended from the first layer to the second layer. The moment she entered, the 7-colored light shrouded the entire Soul Devil ship. The 7-colored Taoist stepped onto the deck with 1 step. The moment the 7-colored Taoist's foot landed, Wang Lin suddenly looked up from the 3rd layer. His expression was calm, but there was a flash of light in his eyes. She really did this. Wang Lin sneered. Now that he had completely broken Fan Shanmeng's plan, Her hidden threat was no longer effective. She would naturally use the seven-color Taoist power to suppress him. At this moment, the first layer of the deck the seven-color Taoist was under Wang Lin's control. As a result, Wang Lin had to divert some of his attention to control the restrictions on the first layer to prevent the seven-colored Taoist from entering. Playing with fire. I can do that as well. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand formed a seal. A thunderous rumble came from the first layer of the Soul Devil ship. All the restrictions on the first layer stopped, and everything calmed down. The moment the restrictions on the first layer calmed down, there was a bang, and the seven-colored light penetrated the first layer. The seven-colored Taoist laughed and easily entered the second layer. At this moment, Fan Shanming had already entered the third layer. The moment she entered, her expression changed greatly, and she immediately noticed Wang Lin's actions. Her body flickered, and she arrived next to Wang Lin, who was also on the third layer. "What are you doing? Are you looking to die? Even if you and I join forces, we won't be a match for the Rainbow First Soul. You actually opened the first level and let it in." A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he calmly said, "If you keep being so noisy, I'll open the second level and let him come down." "You." Fan Shanming glared at Wang Lin, her eyes filled with killing intent. "Since you can open the light curtain outside the ship and save him a lot of effort, why can't I open the first deck and let him directly enter the second deck? There is no deep hatred between me and him. If he wants a Li Guang Bao, I will give it to him. However, you're different. So if you want to be safe, shut up for Wang." Wang Lin's voice boomed and fell into Fan Shanming's ears, causing her face to immediately turn pale. "Not only do you have to shut up, but don't play any other tricks. If you insist on doing this, don't blame Wang for directly opening the second floor and letting the Rainbow First Soul come down." Wang Lin coldly looked at her. His gaze caused a chill to appear in Fan Shanming's heart. She looked at Wang Lin and suddenly felt that he was terrifying and had such deep schemes. "He has taken away the initiative from my hand step by step, and now he has the advantage. Instead, I'm being suppressed by him. This person's schemes run too deep." Fan Shanming silently pondered. She felt a deep sense of dread toward Wang Lin. A cultivator from the cave world, she originally didn't consider a threat. To have such schemes at such a young age, if this person was on the immortal astral continent, he would be a famous person. Wang Lin looked at Fan Shanming for a while before withdrawing his gaze. At this moment, thunderous rumbles echoed from the second floor. The entire deck trembled, and countless restrictions flashed to resist the seven-colored light. However, it looked like it wouldn't last long before collapsing. "If you don't want to die, you have to use your full strength to buy me more time to break the third floor. I know you have a last resort to keep yourself safe, but at this moment, you and I are equal in controlling the Soul Devil ship. However, you and I are equal in controlling the Soul Demon ship. If I don't cooperate, don't even think about leaving," Wang Lin slowly said. After he finished speaking, he no longer spoke and closed his eyes. The ancient Tao shadow remained outside as he immersed himself in studying the restrictions on the third floor. Fan Shanming's expression was extremely gloomy. She stared at Wang Lin for a long time before slowly turning her head. Wang Lin's words made her dread even more. Wang Lin's words had hit the nail on the head. She did indeed have a last resort, and it was because of this that she was able to use the seven-colored light to suppress Wang Lin. However, she didn't expect Wang Lin to be able to take control of 2 layers of restrictions on the Soul Devil ship in a short period of time and steal half of the control from her. If she wanted to use her last resort, she would need Wang Lin's cooperation. "What do you plan to do? No matter how much I delay, I won't be able to buy you enough time to break the remaining restrictions. Why don't you give up the control? That way, we can still leave. If you continue to be stubborn, we will really die here." Fan Shanming clenched her teeth. Just as she finished speaking, a thunderous rumble echoed. A large part of the second deck collapsed, and 30% of the restrictions inside were destroyed. "I need 3 hours." Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at Fan Shanming. "You." Fan Shanming let out an angry laugh. A moment later, she suddenly turned around and pointed up. 7-colored light came from the second deck. Wang Lin calmed himself down. Originally, he wouldn't have treated the sisters like this, but they had schemed against him first. Wang Lin's life of cultivation was one where he wouldn't offend others if they didn't offend him. Now that he had the initiative, he naturally wouldn't let it go easily. The restrictions on the Soul Devil ship were very useful to him. After breaking 2 layers, Wang Lin's 4 great restrictions had reached perfection. He was just one step away from fusing them together to give birth to their source. More than half of the restrictions on the 3rd layer were ones Wang Lin had never seen before. Now that he was studying them, his understanding of restrictions increased by leaps and bounds. Time passed bit by bit. After the 4th hour, the second deck rumbled incessantly. Cracking sounds rang out as cracks suddenly appeared and spread out. With a loud bang, the second deck completely collapsed. Fan Shaming's body trembled, and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. As she retreated a few steps, the 7-colored light spread out from the collapsed second deck. Just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. His hand formed a seal, and he waved his hand. All of the restrictions on the 3rd layer flew up and formed a giant net that flew up. Shortly after, Wang Lin's body suddenly sank from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer. The moment he entered the 4th layer, Fan Shanming also stepped forward. There was a large amount of fog on the 4th layer of the Soul Devil ship. This fog blocked divine sense and vision. He broke the 2nd layer, and even if I tried to stop him, 4 hours was the limit. Even if he broke the 3rd layer, I'm sure he will only need 2 hours to break it open. Wang Lin, what exactly do you want? I admit that I schemed against you before, but I did it for a common goal. Although you gave me your oath of blood, I'll give you my oath of blood. Do you think I would harm you? Now that we have reached this point, we should exchange our oath of blood as soon as possible. If you give up control of the ship and let me take complete control, we might have a chance. Fan Shaming's voice was filled with anxiety as she looked at Wang Lin from the 4th layer. Wang Lin also looked at Fan Shaming. After a long time, he suddenly smiled. You still want to lie to me at this time? I'm lying to you? Fan Shanming revealed a pained expression. She raised her head and looked at the 3rd layer above. At this moment, the 3rd layer was rumbling non-stop and cracks had appeared. You are not Fan Shanming. Wang Lin sighed. He didn't care about the cracks on the 3rd layer as he looked at her and slowly said, You are not Fan Shanming. What do you mean? The woman's expression suddenly calmed down as she stared at Wang Lin. You are Fan Shanlu. In truth, from the moment I stepped onto the Soul Devil ship, you were already scheming against me. If I had handed over the oath of blood, then perhaps none of this would have happened. However, you were worried that I wouldn't hand it over, so when you coughed out a mouthful of blood, you used some unknown method to change your aura and expression, making me misunderstand you as Fan Shanming. Because of this misunderstanding, you told me the secret of the cave world to make me believe that you are Fan Shanming. Then, when I broke through the layers of restrictions, your reaction might have been real, but it was also fake. I didn't understand before, but now I understand. Wang Lin calmly looked at the woman and slowly spoke. At this moment, the 3rd layer rumbled violently. More cracks appeared and revealed a faint 7-colored light. It looked like it was about to collapse. Are you crazy? I don't understand anything you are saying. The woman frowned. You don't understand? Everything here is fake. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th layers are all fake. You are fake, and perhaps the 7-color Taoist is real, but the hymn on the ship is fake. This is clearly an illusion. What a real illusion. I, Wang Lin, have encountered similar spells in my life, but none of them are so real that it's terrifying. The woman was startled for a moment and bitterly smiled. She retreated a few steps, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She looked at Wang Lin and spoke bitterly. Fake? Wang Lin, are you crazy? If you're not willing to exchange the oath of blood with me, then fine, but you're actually saying this is fake. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his right hand and threw a palm at the 3rd layer that was on the verge of collapse. With this palm, The third layer suddenly collapsed, and the seven-colored light shrouded the entire fourth layer. At the same time, the seven-colored Taoist figure stepped forward. Second brother is here. I'm writing the fourth chapter. I'm very tired, and today's chapter is very difficult to write, but I'll keep writing the fourth chapter. Chapter 1699. What are you doing? The woman's eyes suddenly bulged and revealed a look of shock. She quickly retreated, and in the blink of an eye, she was thousands of feet away. Her hands formed a seal, and a seven-colored light immediately covered her body. It turned into seven long swords that rapidly rotated around her. Behind her, a gigantic phantom appeared. It looked like a seven-colored flower, and as it bloomed, it exuded a mesmerizing fragrance. Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all. He stood there motionlessly and looked at the seven-colored Taoist walking out from the third floor. This person's expression was cold, and he didn't say a word. He raised his right hand, and the fourth floor trembled. A dazzling sun appeared in his hand. The sun wasn't big, only the size of his palm. However, the light and heat it gave off made it look like he was holding a real sun. He waved his hand, and the sun flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's hair immediately began to burn, and his body became extremely hot. Bursts of tearing pain caused his expression to distort. It was as if his body was going to be melted by the sun. However, his eyes were still calm and didn't change at all. He allowed the sun to close in. The woman in the distance watched in disbelief as the sun drowned Wang Lin. How could this be? He is crazy. He is really crazy. However, in the next breath, the woman's eyes suddenly widened. She stared ahead and almost screamed. Wang Lin, who should have died under the sun, walked out step by step. His hair wasn't burning at all. His clothes weren't damaged, and he didn't look tired. He was calm. All of this is fake. Wang Lin closed his eyes and waved his right hand. The seven-colored light dissipated, and the blazing sun disappeared. The seven-colored Taoist from the seven sects disappeared. The fourth layer disappeared. The third layer and the second layer all disappeared. The last to disappear was the woman. Her face was filled with disbelief and confusion as she vanished from the area. Wang Lin opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he looked at the first deck of the Soul Devil ship. The sail was fluttering on the mast, and the ghostly face on the sail was smiling strangely. Wang Lin's body was sitting on the first floor of the ship. There was the shadow of the ancient Tao around him. Not far from him, the woman was also sitting cross-legged. Her eyes were also open, and they were filled with confusion. So even you don't know that what happened just now was an illusion. Wang Lin turned his head and looked outside the ship. There were layers upon layers of protection, but there was no seven-colored light. There was no sign of the seven-colored Taoist. Even he is a fake, Wang Lin silently pondered as he stood up and waved his right hand. Dao Ji's shadow disappeared. He looked around, and finally his gaze fell on the sail on the mast. What happened? At this moment, the confusion in the woman's eyes disappeared, and she stared at Wang Lin. Then she suddenly looked around, and when she saw everything, her expression changed greatly. Great soul, true illusion. This is my sister's most powerful spell. In order to kill the seven-colored Taoist, she actually shrouded me in this spell. This woman was Fan Shanlu. She stood up and staggered back a few steps before coughing out a mouthful of blood. Wang Xia's eyes were still looking at the ghostly face on the sail as she slowly said, "The arrival of the seven-colored Taoist is fake. Perhaps he really did come here, but he didn't appear before us. You two sisters are very interesting. You thought that everything was part of your plan. You brought me here and threatened me to hand over the oath of blood, but your sister is even more brilliant. From the moment Seal appeared here, she made all of this happen in the single realm. She conjured the rainbow to chase after me. She coordinated with your plan and made me come here in 1 hour. After that, she even hid it from you. Just as I was about to study the restrictions here, she used an illusion within an illusion so that I couldn't see through it. In that illusion within an illusion, she almost forced the monkey to hand over the oath of blood. Brilliant. I, Wang Lin, have met countless people in my life, but only one person has made me feel mysterious and unfathomable. Now, there is one more, and that is your sister. Wang Lin's expression was calm. Even his words didn't reveal any emotion. Fan Shanlu's face was pale as she carefully thought about everything that had happened. Her expression gradually became gloomy. She was certain that what Wang Lin had said was true. She had indeed fallen into her sister's illusion. For your sister to have such an illusion spell, the great soul sect of the immortal astral continent should be famous for illusions. Illusion, illusion. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Fan Shanlu pondered for a moment and said, "The great soul sect is indeed famous for illusions. Not everyone can learn this spell. My sister has the talent to learn this spell and has reached the realm of double illusion. The illusions within illusions you mentioned before were double illusions. If it was a step further, it could reach triple illusions, and we wouldn't have been able to escape," Fan Shanlu said softly after a moment of silence. Her expression was complicated. "I think what you said before about your sister dying to the seven-colored celestial sovereign but being resurrected by your teacher is a lie. She didn't die at all. It is very likely that her illusion fooled the seven-colored celestial sovereign. Even what happened between the two of them back on the immortal astral continent was not what you said. However, Wang is not interested in any of this." As Wang Lin spoke, he stepped forward and arrived next to the sail. His eyes became cold, and his right hand mercilessly tore off the sail. "I'll take this treasure." At this instant, in a mountain range sealed in ice on the immortal astral continent, the woman cultivating in the ice opened her eyes and coughed out blood. Shock filled her eyes. "He actually broke through my great soul true illusion." At the same time, in another direction of the strange space where the soul devil ship was, the seven-color Taoist was sitting in a pile of beast corpses. His expression constantly changed. Sometimes it was pain, and sometimes it was excitement. This kind of strange expression was very rare for him. It was obvious that even he had been immersed in the illusion the moment he entered. Or perhaps he had voluntarily entered the illusion. Otherwise, with his cultivation level, even though it was not as high as Fan Shanming's, it would not have been difficult for him to escape from the illusion. However, only he himself knew why he was willing to stay in the illusion and not wake up. He couldn't write anymore and felt dizzy. He had only written 11,000 words after a whole day. This speed was simply too painful. Although he was missing 1,000 words, he remembered that at the beginning of the month, there was also a case where he was missing 1,000 words. Together, they would count as one of the 80 chapters. The outbreak ended today, but it would continue the day after tomorrow, which was Wednesday. Chapter 1700. On the deck of the Soul Devil ship, Wang Lin tore off the ghostly sail and opened his hands. He carefully looked at the ghostly face, and the sail moved. The ghostly face seemed to come alive and stared at Wang Lin. The reason Fan Shanming on the immortal astral continent could use her great soul true illusion and reach the terrifying level of the double illusion was mainly because of this sail. Wang Lin clearly remembered that when he entered the illusion, he saw the ghostly face. After that, he lost control of himself. Even when he broke through the illusion and opened his eyes, he was still looking at the ghostly sail. It was as if everything in the illusion had only happened the moment Wang Lin looked at the ghostly face. Fan Shanlu pondered a bit and then slowly said, "This is my great soul sex treasure and also the main soul sail of the soul devil ship. Wang doesn't care about the matter between you two sisters, and there is no need to exchange oaths of blood. Our goals are the same, and if there is no ill intent, we can cooperate. However, your older sister's previous actions are very interesting. Tell her that I'll take the ghostly sail, and Wang will take the soul devil ship. Consider this as compensation to Wang for the unpleasantness from before." Wang Lin waved his right hand and put the ghostly sail into his storage space. Then he turned around and calmly looked at Fan Shanlu. Fan Shanlu opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she didn't speak. She just silently stood there with a complicated gaze. You don't need to leave the ship. I can leave the ship with you, and when I need it, I'll summon you. In addition, is the ancient altar you mentioned in the illusion inside the Soul Devil ship? As Wang Lin spoke, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Fan Shanlu silently pondered for a long time and then shook her head. She waved her jade-like hand, and a piece of jade flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin grabbed it and looked at it. There was a map inside. There are countless fierce beasts here, and the formation of this place is related to the battle in the cave world. It was torn open, but for some reason, it is connected to a strange world. If you follow the map, you will see the ancient altar. Also, there is a spell technique in this jade. This is the spell I mentioned in the illusion realm that could devour the third soul. You can consider cultivating it, Fan Shanlu said softly. She looked up at the stars in the distance, and there was a hint of longing in her eyes. Wang Lin pondered a bit, and then clasped his hands at Fan Shanlu. He turned around and stepped off the Soul Devil ship. Just as he was about to leave, Fan Shanlu's faint voice echoed. My elder sister is desperate for revenge, and even I was used by her. I can help you with our cooperation, but I only have one request. When you open the cave to the immortal astral continent, take me with you. I want to go back to the tomb. It is extremely difficult to open the cave, and only the third soul can appear. Only he has the memories and knows where the heavenly Tao is. Only by summoning the heavenly Tao can one enter the celestial sovereign's mansion in the cave world of the Seven Tao sect. The celestial sovereign's mansion is where the battle took place. Although it is in ruins, there is a door that leads to the immortal astral continent. Opening that door will open the sealed cave. Wang Lin stopped. After pondering a bit, he turned to look at the bleak Fan Shanlu and nodded. I promise you. Wang Lin rarely made promises. This was the first promise he had made after reaching the third step. It had nothing to do with trust or anything else. It was all because of the 4 words the woman had said. I want to go home. Fan Shanlu bit her lower lip and looked at Wang Lin. After hearing Wang Lin's words, she gently nodded. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood gave off a red glow, but it soon turned golden and flew toward Wang Lin. This is my own oath of blood. Wang Lin caught the pale golden blood and fused it with his body. Then he walked toward the dark space without looking back. Wang Lin no longer needed to study the restrictions on the Soul Devil ship. The terror of the double illusion was no different from reality. Wang Lin's comprehension and research in the illusion would still exist even after he left the illusion. Just like how Fan Shanlu had been injured in the illusion and recovered after breaking it. The spells of the Great Soul sect were indeed very strange and unpredictable. The ghostly sail is the main sail of the Soul Devil ship, but it doesn't just contain the ghostly face. There are also many restrictions on it, and these restrictions include everything about the Soul Devil ship. As long as I refine this sail, not only will I be able to control more restrictions, but I'll also be able to use this sail to control the Soul Devil ship. As Wang Lin walked among the stars, he began to ponder. His divine sense entered his storage space and slowly refined the ghostly sail. During this process, he gradually understood some ways to control it. Although it wasn't much, as time passed, he would eventually gain complete control of it. A moment later, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stopped thinking about the ghostly sail. Instead, he raised his right hand and touched the spot between his eyebrows. Yimo's child died by my hand, and I absorbed 8 drops of Dao Ji's blood. These 8 drops of blood were formed by his origin soul. If I can refine them all, my ancient Dao body will become even stronger. Right now, I must go take a look at the altar. Perhaps there will be a fortune there. Although my cultivation level is at the spirit void level, I'm still not as good as those arcane void cultivators. Now that the ancient celestial realm has opened and the 4 generals have appeared, their goal is to find the third soul. This saves me a lot of planning. This is the best time for me to increase my cultivation level. Wang Lin moved faster and faster as he pondered. His divine sense spread out, and he carefully observed his surroundings. The star system was dark, and the auras of fierce beasts would occasionally appear. These fierce beasts posed no threat to Wang Lin, and they would often retreat when his divine sense swept by. Wang Lin was very cautious in this strange star system. Although the surrounding fierce beasts didn't give him any pressure, Wang Lin wasn't sure if the seven-color Taoist had really come here. This was why, even though his divine sense was spread out, he was completely focused. If there was any abnormality, he would immediately choose to escape. Although this was very dangerous, he had to go to the altar. If he was too scared to come here because of an uncertain matter, then he wouldn't have gotten to where he was today and wouldn't have his current cultivation level. After several hours, Wang Lin suddenly stopped and his expression changed. Without any hesitation, he retreated and was about to disappear. However, just as he was about to disappear, Wang Lin exclaimed and stared at the star system before him. His expression constantly changed. At that moment, his divine sense saw a figure sitting among the corpses of fierce beasts hundreds of thousands of miles away. This figure gave off a seven-colored glow and sat there motionlessly. His expression was sometimes complicated, sometimes confused, sometimes sad, and sometimes excited. He was the seven-colored Taoist. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The seven-colored Taoist's current appearance was very strange, but after experiencing the illusion from before, Wang Lin could tell that the seven-colored Taoist was also immersed in the illusion and couldn't extricate himself. This illusion was likely cast by Fan Shanmeng. Even with the seven-colored Taoist's cultivation level, he was shrouded in an illusion. This matter is not right. Wang Lin was very smart, and after pondering for a bit, he immediately saw the problem. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin's heart pounded, and he felt a rare struggle in his heart. On one hand, he wanted to leave immediately. With the seven-colored Taoist's current state, he wouldn't chase after him. If that was the case, there would be no danger for Wang Lin to go to the altar. On the other hand, Wang Lin felt like this was an opportunity. If he could enter the seven-colored Taoist's illusion, he would know some real secrets. He had a feeling that the reason the seven-colored Taoist was immersed in the illusion was not because of Fan Shanmeng alone. Perhaps there was something else going on. He vaguely felt like if he gave up on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he would regret it in the future. After struggling for half an incense stick of time, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a cold light. Wealth comes from danger. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he suddenly disappeared. He was very cautious, and when he reappeared, he was 100,000 feet away from the seven-colored Taoist. This place was filled with the corpses of fierce beasts. Wang Lin stood on top of a fierce beast and carefully looked at the corpse below him. His eyes slowly lit up. These fierce beasts haven't been dead for long. It shouldn't have been long. Wang Lin looked at the seven-colored beast in the distance and waved his right hand. The corpse of a fierce beast that was hundreds of feet large flew into the air. He waved his hand, and the corpse flew toward the seven-colored beast. Wang Lin's eyes shined, and he leaned back, preparing to escape at any moment. He stared at the corpse and instantly closed in on the seven-colored Taoist. However, just as the corpse was within 1,000 feet, the seven-colored light behind the seven-colored Taoist flashed. The corpse trembled and silently disintegrated before Wang Lin's eyes. There was no flesh or blood. It completely disappeared. So it is like this. Wang Lin silently pondered and cautiously walked forward. His pace wasn't fast, but his heart was pounding. He slowly moved forward until he was 1,000 feet away from the seven-colored Taoist, not far from where the corpse of the fierce beast had disappeared. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and sat down. He raised his right hand and pointed to between his eyebrows. This finger seemed to enter Wang Lin's soul. When he raised his right hand, Wang Lin's vision became blurry. He suddenly pointed at the seven-colored Taoist sitting 1,000 feet away. With my dream, I am your illusion, dream Tao spell. When his finger landed, Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The blurry vision disappeared, but he was still sitting there without any change. The Dream Dao spell didn't require direct physical contact, but the seven-color Daoist cultivation level was high and there were restrictions outside, so Wang Lin couldn't enter the seven-color Daoist illusion. Wang Lin frowned and revealed an unwilling expression. Chapter 17:01. An aura that could make all life tremble spread out from the seven-color Daoist body. This aura caused all the fierce beasts to retreat in terror before they even got close. It was enough to scare them out of their wits. This aura was even more powerful than the heaven's might. No living being dared to get close to it. This was a powerful pressure that caused the world to tremble and the heavens to tremble in fear. The reason there were so many fierce beast corpses around the seven-color Daoist was likely because he had killed them before he entered this strange space and entered the illusion. Wang Lin was a bold person. At this moment, he was 1,000 feet away from the seven-color Daoist and narrowed his eyes. After pondering a bit, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. There were 99 drops of blood in total, and each drop contained the aura of Wang Lin's cultivation. His eyes became serious and he waved his sleeve. One of the 99 drops of blood flew out and floated between his eyebrows. Immortal ancient Dao, Wang Lin muttered as all the ancient Dao power in his body surged and gathered inside the drop of blood. There was also a trace of his origin soul inside it. The drop of blood immediately became crystal clear. From afar, it looked like a crystal. After fusing with Wang Lin's ancient Dao power, the drop of blood gave off a bright, red glow. Wang Lin blew out a breath of air, and the remaining 98 drops of blood flew forward. They surrounded the drop of blood and formed a blood-colored halo. Under the protection of the halo, it penetrated within 1,000 feet of the seven-colored Daoist. The moment it entered 1,000 feet, the halo formed by the 98 drops of blood silently dissipated, leaving only the drop of immortal ancient blood. However, their dissipation helped the drop of blood resist the first wave of destruction. This drop of blood instantly penetrated hundreds of feet. During this short period of time, it was destroyed thousands of times. However, every time it was destroyed, the immortal ancient blood would rapidly recover. In an instant, this drop of blood entered within 100 feet of the seven-colored Daoist. For the first time, the immortal ancient blood's recovery power couldn't outrun the destruction. The drop of blood rapidly dissipated until only a trace remained. Although this trace of blood could be seen with the naked eye, if one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice. This drop of blood contained a trace of Wang Lin's origin soul. As it continued to be destroyed, intense pain spread through Wang Lin's body, causing his expression to become distorted. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The moment the drop of blood was destroyed, it penetrated the last 100 feet and landed between the seven-colored Daoist's eyebrows. The drop of blood disappeared, but Wang Lin's origin soul touched the seven-colored Daoist body. Wang Lin, who was 1,000 feet away, closed his eyes and let out a roar. Dream Dao. The moment these two words came out, Wang Lin's divine sense rumbled, and everything around him collapsed. As it collapsed, a seven-colored light appeared and took his mind into the endless abyss. This was a seven-colored world. The sky was seven-colored, the earth was seven-colored, and even the clouds gave off seven-colored light. There were mountain ranges on the ground, and when Wang Lin appeared, he was standing at the top of one of them. After a brief moment of confusion in his eyes, he immediately looked around. Is this the seven-colored Daoist's illusion? Wang Lin silently pondered as he carefully spread out his divine sense. He jumped into the air and flew forward. The earth below him flashed by. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin suddenly stopped and looked ahead. There was a person sitting cross-legged on a mountain before them. This person was the seven-colored Daoist. He was sitting there with his eyes wide open. He looked at the sky in a daze. There were 9 fist-sized balls of light floating around his body. The balls of light were like flames, and there were 9 firebirds inside them. These 9 suns were the 7-colored Taoist cultivation and treasure. The 7-colored Taoist muttered, "Shanmeng, I remember. Your name is Fan Shanmeng." Wang Lin looked at the 7-colored Taoist with a strange expression. He had heard the 7-colored Taoist's words, but the 7-colored Taoist didn't seem to notice him. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Could it also be an illusion within an illusion? A moment later, Wang Lin carefully walked toward the 7-colored Taoist. He gradually closed in on the mountain and arrived 10,000 feet away from the 7-colored Taoist. Staring at the 7-colored Taoist, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a decisive gaze. He reached out with his right hand and opened his storage space. The ghostly sail appeared. Although Wang Lin didn't know how to use this sail and hadn't completely refined it, he had fused his divine sense with it. After taking out the sail, Wang Lin sat down and waved it. Under the control of the trace of divine sense Wang Lin had fused with it, the sail wrapped around his body and flew forward with his origin soul. In a flash, Wang Lin's origin soul left his body and charged toward the 7-colored Taoist. The ghostly sail spread out above the 7-colored Taoist. The ghostly face gradually turned into Wang Lin and entered the 7-colored Taoist's confused eyes. At this instant, Wang Lin's vision darkened. The 7-colored Taoist's eyes were like black holes that sucked him in. I went in. Just as Wang Lin sent out his divine sense, he heard a thunderous rumble and a familiar laugh. The darkness in front of him seemed to be forcibly torn apart by some strange power. What appeared in front of him was a land of collapsed pavilions. This place was like a mountain gate with many pavilions standing tall. There was also the illusion of heaven and earth, as if this was a sect. That familiar laughter came from a middle-aged man in gray robes with long hair. This middle-aged man was handsome, and his eyes gleamed with a cold light. He exuded an air of extreme arrogance, and anyone who saw him would feel it from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, he raised his right hand. There was a huge pavilion before him, and just as he was about to blast it open, a roar came from within. The pavilion collapsed, and 7-colored light shone out. A person with a furious expression walked out from within the 7-colored light. When Wang Lin saw this person, he immediately took a deep breath. This person was the statue in Wang Lin's storage space, the real 7-colored celestial sovereign. As for the middle-aged man, although Wang Lin didn't recognize him, his laughter and voice caused Wang Lin to recognize him. He was the madman. Behind the madman, a scarlet flame dragon danced in the air and let out an arrogant roar. Beside it was a bald youth dressed in a green robe and a manservant's uniform. The bald youth's body was a bit skinny, and his eyes revealed a ferocious gaze as he battled someone. Wang Lin wasn't unfamiliar with the person he was fighting. It was one of the 4 generals, the Azure Dragon General. Looking around, this was a battlefield, and it was extremely chaotic. Cultivators were fighting each other, and 3 of the 4 generals were there. The Celestial Sovereign and the 8 concubines were also there. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the air. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The ground collapsed one after another, and the pavilions collapsed into rubble. Countless cracks appeared in the sky, and gusts of cold wind blew out from the cracks. Wherever the wind swept past, everything was sealed in ice. Seeing all of this, Wang Lin's mind trembled. After being startled for a moment, a thunderous rumble came from the madman and the 7-colored celestial sovereign. The 7-colored celestial sovereign coughed out blood and retreated. His expression was filled with pain and madness as he let out a violent roar. Fan Shanmeng, Fan Shanlu, why did you two betray me? Did I not treat you well? What? Could it be that just because I obtained that fragment, you forgot our 10,000 years of companionship? Fan Shanmeng, come out. You sneak attacked me on the way here, but I didn't kill you and instead let you leave. Do you know the pain in my heart? Do you know? Now you bring outsiders here to kill me. You bitch. And you, Lien Daofei, you have a noble status and countless Dao partners. You took a fancy to that bitch many years ago. Do you think I don't know? The seven-colored celestial sovereign's eyes were filled with madness as he roared. The madman, or rather, Lien Daofei, had a proud expression. When he heard this, he smiled and shook his head. It was she who seduced this king, but this king has no interest in someone else's Dao partner. I only came here for the fragment you obtained. Hand over the fragment, and I'll immediately leave. I won't participate in the matter between you two. Fragment? Today, none of you here will be able to leave. The seven-colored celestial sovereign's eyes were bloodshot, and he waved his sleeve. The world changed colors, and a giant vortex appeared in the sky. There was a giant eye inside the vortex. There was no emotion inside the eye. It was filled with indifference as it stared at the people below and slowly closed. The moment the eye closed, Lien Daofei's expression changed greatly. Heavenly Dao, all of you die for this lord. The seven-colored celestial sovereign waved his hand, and the world rumbled. Black gas filled the area and completely blocked Wang Lin's vision. Miserable screams echoed, and a pressure that made Wang Lin tremble shrouded his mind. Inside the black gas, Lien Daofei was seriously injured by the heavenly Dao. The seven-colored celestial sovereign's body collapsed and shattered everything around him. His shattered body split into 3 parts and scattered in 3 different directions. One of them was the seven-colored celestial sovereign. One was formed by his domain, and the last one contained all his memories. It flew off into the distance. Just at this moment, the seven-colored celestial sovereign's first soul flew toward the dissipating third soul. Wang Lin was startled, and his mind became clear. He knew why the seven-colored celestial sovereign was willing to immerse himself in this illusion and not awaken. Continue to erupt tomorrow. I need monthly votes. Chapter 1702. What a deep scheme, such a decisive action, the seven-colored Taoist. Wang Lin saw all of this, and his mind became clear. He saw the real reason why the seven-colored Taoist was willing to be immersed in the illusion. That Fan Shanmeng used an illusion technique to lure the seven-colored Taoist into an illusion. He allowed her to do as she pleased, but he used his powerful cultivation to change everything in the illusion. It was as if time had turned back to the scene of the battle in the cave world. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he charged toward the place where the seven-colored Taoist disappeared. The thing he longed for the most in his life was to find the third soul, but after all these years, he still couldn't find any clues about the third soul. He didn't know where the third soul was hiding or who it had reincarnated into. Using this illusion, he returned to the time when his body was split into 3 souls and 7 spirits. Then, just like now, he was going to follow the third soul in the illusion and see where it reincarnated in the past. If he really saw where the third soul went, regardless of whether this illusion was real or not, it would be a chance for him to find the third soul. This matter can't be allowed to succeed. Otherwise, if what happened in this illusion reflects what happened in the past, then the seven-colored Taoist might really find the third soul. Wang Lin's body was wrapped up by the ghostly sail and turned into a ray of ghostly light as he flew forward. He came with his origin soul, so his speed was much faster than normal. However, he still couldn't compare to the seven-colored Taoist and the third soul. Seeing that there was no trace of them, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense, but he also couldn't find them. This can't go on. I'm too slow. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his right hand and mercilessly hit his body. He spat out a mouthful of origin energy. This origin energy had no color, but it was more precious than essence blood. After spitting out this mouthful of origin energy, Wang Lin's origin soul immediately became weak. His origin soul took a step forward and fused with the origin soul chi that he had spat out. His speed suddenly increased exponentially, and with a whoosh, he disappeared without a trace. He moved forward at a speed that was 100 times faster than normal. In an instant, Wang Lin appeared in the distance. His divine sense had expanded to its limit, and he saw a flash of the seven-colored Taoist. Just a bit more. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and spat out another mouthful of origin energy. His speed increased like crazy once more. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and intense pain filled Wang Lin's origin soul. It was as if his origin soul was going to be torn apart. The speed he gained with this pain instantly reached the limit Wang Lin could withstand. At this speed, Wang Lin's divine sense finally caught up to the seven-colored Taoist and saw the complete figure of the seven-colored Taoist. Before the seven-colored Taoist, the third soul gave off a milky white glow and charged forward. As the seven-colored Taoist moved forward, he frowned. He had naturally noticed Wang Lin's existence. This illusion was something he had created himself, so he would immediately know that someone else had appeared. However, this was a critical moment for him. Whether or not he could find a third soul would depend on this. This was a rare opportunity. After all, no one in the cave world was qualified to use an illusion like this. The seven-colored Taoist ignored Wang Lin and moved at full speed to lock onto the third soul. He wanted to see where the third soul was going. As long as he found where it was going, he was confident he could find traces of the third soul after leaving the illusion. Time passed in a flash. Wang Lin spat out a third mouthful of origin energy and barely managed to keep up with the seven-colored Taoist. His origin soul seemed to be burning, and from afar, it looked like a flame as he flew forward. The stars before him gradually became blurry, and a giant star map seemed to appear. This star map was endless and was where the entire cave world was condensed. The moment Wang Lin saw the star map, he immediately recognized that it was the entire cave world. The inner and outer realms didn't have the realm ceiling formation yet, so they were still one. Wang Lin personally saw the third soul charge into the star map. Although it wasn't going to the center of the star map, it wasn't far away. If one carefully divided this place, it would be the inner realm. Inner realm. The third soul is going to the inner realm. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. Seeing the third soul enter the inner realm and disappear without a trace, the seven-colored Taoist let out a roar. His hands formed a seal, and he waved at the star map. The star map rapidly expanded in Wang Lin's divine sense. As it expanded, the missing third soul was found by the seven-colored Taoist once more. The third soul had passed through the current cloud sea and was heading toward the summoned river. Perhaps it would stay in the summoned river or go to another star system. It wouldn't take long for Wang Lin to see where the third soul was going to reincarnate. However, since Wang Lin could see it, the seven-colored Taoist could also see it. At this moment, the seven-colored Taoist's eyes were filled with excitement. Although he didn't know if all this was as real as before and didn't know if what he saw was the truth, this was an opportunity. This was the first opportunity he had seen in countless years. If he finds a third soul, I'll without a doubt die. I must find the third soul before them. If I can't find it, then I can't let anyone find it first. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with coldness and decisiveness. However, his cultivation level was much lower than the seven-colored Taoists, so he was powerless to stop this from happening. Seeing the third soul slow down and show signs of stopping, the excitement in the seven-colored Taoist's eyes reached a peak. At this critical moment, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. His right hand formed a seal, and the ghostly sail around his origin soul shined brightly. In a flash, Wang Lin's body disappeared. When he reappeared, the world was filled with seven-colored light. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Everything around him had returned to the first illusion. The seven-colored Taoist was sitting on top of a mountain not far away from Wang Lin, and he was filled with excitement. Wang Lin's origin soul was surrounded by the ghostly sail and floated in the air. After seeing everything around him clearly, he didn't hesitate to return his primordial spirit to the physical body in the first illusion. The moment he entered his body, Wang Lin stood up and didn't waste any time. He stepped toward the seven-colored Taoist, who was sitting at the top of the mountain. He couldn't stop the seven-colored Taoist in the second illusion. but he could use the ghostly sail to return to the first illusion and stop the seven-color Taoist. Or he could wake the seven-colored Taoist up from the second illusion. This way, he would achieve Wang Lin's goal. Just as Wang Lin closed in on the seven-colored Taoist, the 9 suns around the seven-colored Taoist opened their eyes at the same time and released a shocking heat wave. This heat wave was not fire but light. The heat of light was countless times stronger than fire. At this moment, Wang Lin felt like his body was going to melt. His hair in the first illusion immediately burned and dissipated. Intense pain came from Wang Lin's body. It felt like if he got any closer, he would be burned to nothing. I can't get close. Wang Lin's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. He didn't know what the seven-colored Taoist had seen in the second illusion, but he knew that if he didn't have a way to stop the seven-colored Taoist, he would have to escape immediately. However, Wang Lin was unwilling to leave like this. He retreated a few steps and stared at the excited seven-colored Taoist surrounded by the 9 suns. How can I wake him up? What should I do? What should I do? Wang Lin's eyes lit up and various thoughts appeared in his mind. Several breaths later, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Illusions, especially illusions, can be treated as a dream. What I need to do now is to wake up the seven-colored Taoist from his dream. In his dream, it is like he is asleep. If I analyze it this way, everything will be much simpler. I think he is asleep, so what I need to do is wake him up. Wake him up. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, and he waved his sleeve. The fire and thunder essence in his left eye rushed out and gathered before him, forming a vortex of burning thunder. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal. The life and death essence, karma essence, and true and false essence flew out from between his eyebrows and fused with the vortex, causing it to become even larger. Finally, the slaughter essence appeared. The moment it entered the vortex rumbled and rapidly changed shape according to Wang Lin's divine sense until it turned into a trumpet. This sound-amplifying tool was formed by the 6 great essences, and there were countless swirling essences within it that formed folds. As a result, when the sound entered it, it would be amplified countless times over by the folds. After doing all of this, Wang Lin activated all the power of the 3G clans and fused them together to form the Ancient Order. The sky behind him distorted and the Ancient Order shadow appeared. The veins on Wang Lin's face swelled, and he held his breath. A moment later, he let out a roar at the vortex formed by the essences. This roar was the roar of the ancient god, the roar of the Ancient Order. It was something Wang Lin had learned in the Ancient Order tomb when he forced the sovereign back. At this moment, he unleashed it at full power, causing the seven-colored world to rumble. The sky collapsed and the earth trembled. Cracks appeared and the sky changed colors. Countless cracks appeared in the void between Wang Lin and the seven-colored Taoist. There was also a storm. All of this was caused by Wang Lin's roar. And this was only before the vortex formed by the 6 essences amplified it. Today's eruption would not be less than 1,000 words like the day before. This was the first update, and he urgently needed monthly votes. To be continued. Chapter 17:03. Wang Lin's roar turned into a storm and rushed into the tool formed by the vortex formed by the 6 essences. After buzzing a few times, his voice suddenly came out. The roar was already very powerful, and now it was amplified countless times. The moment it spread out from the vortex, the world collapsed, and the first illusion rapidly disintegrated. This roar formed an indescribable rumble. It was like a storm that blew on the 9 suns around the seven-colored Taoist. The flames of the 9 suns showed signs of extinguishing. The roar penetrated the 9 suns and entered the Taoist's ears. The seven-colored Taoist was filled with excitement in the second illusion. This kind of excitement normally wouldn't appear on an earth cultivator like him, but at this moment, he found it difficult to suppress. He had waited for so many years. It was no exaggeration to say he had waited his entire life. Now he had finally found traces of the third soul using the power from the immortal astral continent. Although he didn't know if he had imagined it or if it was real, this was the first time he had been this close to the third soul. Under his gaze, he saw the third soul pass through the current summoned river and head to the brilliant void tens of thousands of years in the future. He waved his hand again, wanting to see it more clearly. However, at this moment, a shocking change occurred. An earth-shattering roar came into his ears. The roar was not strong at first, but almost in an instant, it increased exponentially and became all the sounds that the rainbow Taoist could hear. Roar! As the roar echoed, everything before the seven-colored Taoist seemed to be torn apart by a powerful force. It was as if it was going to collapse his illusion and pull him out. Before him, the third soul that he could still see dissipated at a visible rate. The star map became blurry and collapsed. Not only the star map, but everything around it also disintegrated. All of this happened too suddenly. The seven-colored Taoist was the most excited. Just as he was about to see where the third soul was, everything disappeared. The seven-colored Taoist was startled for a moment. He couldn't stop it because someone had awakened him from the first illusion. No! After the seven-colored Taoist recovered from his shock, he let out a roar of extreme anger. This roar came from his mouth and also came from a mouth of the seven-colored immortal sitting at the top of the mountain in the first illusion. This roar collided with Wang Lin's ancient order roar and formed a destructive force. The six essence vortexes suddenly collapsed, and Wang Lin coughed out blood. Popping sounds echoed throughout his body, and he was thrown back. At the same time, the nine suns spread out and a powerful impact rushed toward Wang Lin. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin's ancient order immortal body activated and rapidly recovered. He waved his right hand, and the ghostly sail appeared. As the impact closed in, Wang Lin's body dissipated. In the strange space filled with fierce beasts, in the area filled with the corpses of many fierce beasts, 1,000 feet away from the seven-colored Taoist, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened. His gaze was dim, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. He didn't hesitate to take a step back. With this step, his body disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was far away and coughed out blood once more. Wang Lin didn't even have time to heal and charged forward like crazy. In the distance, the seven-colored Taoist suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot and his expression was distorted. He stared into the distance and let out a violent roar. Wang Lin, if I, the seven-colored Taoist, don't kill you, I swear I'm not a human. This voice rumbled and swept across the entire star system. The large amount of beast corpses around seven-colored trembled and collapsed, turning into dust that scattered in all directions. The seven-colored Taoist suddenly stood up and chased after Wang Lin with monstrous killing intent. Wang Lin was very far away, but he still heard the angry roar. His face was pale, but he didn't stop. He coughed out blood and escaped using blood escape. Nonsense. Even if I didn't stop him from finding the third soul, since he chased me here, he must have evil intentions. Although Wang Lin's eyes were dim, he didn't regret his previous actions. He had to do this. If he hadn't chosen to destroy the seven-colored Taoist plan, then even if he went to the altar, he would only be delaying his death. If everything in that illusion was real, then once the seven-colored Taoist found the third soul, not only him, but the entire cave world would have no hope. The world would be completely controlled by the new seven-colored celestial sovereign. At that time, he wouldn't be able to control Wang Lin's life or death. He couldn't allow this kind of thing to happen. He had to destroy the other party's plan, even if the consequences of doing so would bring him infinitely closer to death. At this moment, as he escaped, the space behind Wang Lin trembled. He could clearly feel the seven-colored Taoist chasing after him. The seven-colored Taoist cultivation was high, and his divine sense was boundless, so it would be very easy for him to find Wang Lin. Right now, I can only go to the altar. Perhaps the altar can help me solve this life and death crisis. I hope this is true. When Wang Lin decided to go to the seven-colored Taoist, He pondered for half an incense stick of time. During this half an incense stick of time, not only did he ponder the gains and losses, but he also fused with the all-seer's soul and began his divination. The result of his divination showed that the altar was where his chance of survival was. Fan Shanlu once said that after the battle in the cave world, the heavenly Tao appeared to devour Lien Dao Fei, and the 7-colored celestial sovereigns, 3 souls, and 7 spirits were forcibly torn apart at this distance. She also said that this place was connected to a mysterious space, which was why so many fierce beasts had appeared. At this moment, in the depths of this spatial rift, there was a giant altar floating in the dark space. This altar was broken, but it didn't drift away. It was fixed in place. The altar was completely black, the same color as the stars. However, there was a soft light coming from the edge of the altar. The reason this altar was fixed was because a corner of it seemed to extend into another space. Layers of ripples echoed from the connection and hadn't dissipated for tens of thousands of years. The space that was connected to it was not completely void of cracks. Instead, there were some damages and a few huge cracks had spread out. The light was also coming from those cracks. This scene was like a piece of paper that had been pierced by a dart, but it was stuck there. Naturally, there were some cracks where the paper had been pierced. Bursts of ancient Tao aura spread out from the altar, but it didn't spread too far. It was as if there was an invisible force restricting the spread of this aura. The altar was like a small mountain and was octagonal in shape. There were layers of stairs around it, and at the top of the stairs, which was the highest point of the altar, was a flat area with a radius of 300 meters. If one looked at it from a close distance, one could vaguely see countless black runes and symbols on it, forming an ancient formation. At the center of the formation, which was the core of the altar, there was an arm. The ancient Tao aura came from this arm. However, this arm wasn't very big, only a few hundred feet wide. It was quietly placed there and didn't move at all. Through the crack on the altar, one could see a blurry scene in another space. It was a world of birds and flowers. There were many immortal herbs on the ground, and some immortal beasts were chasing after them. It was like a paradise. Just at this moment, a shrill scream rang out from the space that resembled a peach garden. The scream was filled with helplessness and pleading, and when anyone heard it, they would inevitably feel sympathy for it. Little ancestors, please let me go. I really don't know how to tell stories anymore. No matter how many treasures you give me, I don't know how to tell stories anymore. I've been doing this for more than 100 years, and my mouth is dry. I can't take it anymore. As a miserable scream rang out, a haggard figure with lifeless eyes and a pained expression crawled out of the huge crack that connected the altar to this space. There was clearly an invisible barrier around the crack, but it was as if this barrier didn't exist. Soon, most of the figure's body was revealed. Through the crack, one could see 2 little girls around 7 or 8 years old squatting in a strange space behind this person. These 2 little girls were very cute. One was wearing purple, and the other was wearing a green dress. Han, how about we let him go? I think he's quite pitiful. The little girl in the green dress couldn't bear to let him go and touched her companion. When the figure heard this, tears flowed down and his eyes were filled with fear. Wah, his story isn't over yet. Don't pity him. Didn't he threaten us when he first came here? The little girl called Han grabbed the figure's leg with her small hand and pulled it back. As the figure screamed miserably, she pulled him back. Greedy Wolf, quickly finish the story. You were talking about Wan Yu. Quickly tell the rest. The little girl called Wah had a smile on her face. She looked at Greedy and thought for a bit before speaking. How about this? You tell us the story of another 1,000 years, and I'll make the decision to let you go. Greedy let out a howl as he watched his body being pulled back to this terrifying place. When he heard Wah's words, more tears flowed down his face. I knew it would be like this. You too. Last time it was the same. I really don't have any more stories. I want to drink some water. The second chapter, to be continued. Chapter 1704. Greed's eyes were filled with despair, and his heart was filled with regret. When he met Wang Lin in the outer realm, he was able to get rid of the stench on his body. Originally, he was able to relax. However, shortly after, he encountered the war between the inner and outer realm. This war made the greedy wolf very excited. He felt like his chance had come again. Perhaps he would obtain more treasures in this war and even increase his cultivation level. With this in mind, the greedy wolf followed the outer realm army to the Cloud Sea and secretly left. Relying on his perception of treasures, he was able to find a rift in the Cloud Sea and enter it. He was very excited here. He clearly felt the rich aura of treasures here. This aura made him laugh like crazy for half an instant stick of time. He felt that his luck was still strong and that perhaps he would find a great fortune inside the rift. Once he left, he wouldn't need to fear Wang Lin anymore. He was going to take back all the treasures he had lost. With this ambition, the greedy wolf was in high spirits. He continued to search the rift and finally found the ancient Tao altar. The excited Greed's eyes lit up when he saw the altar. At the edge of the altar, he saw the world filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. When he saw it, he almost let out a howl of excitement. He saw countless immortal herbs, many of which he had only read about in some ancient records and had never seen before in his life. Any one of them could almost achieve the effect of increasing one's cultivation after concocting pills. There were simply too many celestial herbs, so many that the greedy wolf almost suffocated. Aside from the celestial herbs, he also saw celestial beasts that looked very docile but gave off terrifying auras. These celestial beasts chased each other and played peacefully. This made the greedy wolf even more excited. Based on his experience, as long as he didn't provoke these celestial beasts, they wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. It was likely that they would become his pets, just like when he encountered the Thunder Dragon. All of this caused the greedy wolf's body to tremble with excitement. However, he didn't lose his mind and carefully observed the rift for a few days. He wanted to see if there were any cultivators guarding this place. In the end, he saw two little girls laughing as they appeared. To him, these two little girls posed no threat at all. Delighted, Greed let out a wild laugh. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the rift and appeared in this strange space. The rift had no effect on him. The greedy wolf was not surprised, as he had encountered many similar things in his life. After entering the rift, he saw the two little girls looking at him in shock. This caused the greedy wolf to laugh like crazy. He waved his sleeves and was about to trap the two little girls. Then he excitedly began to pick the celestial herbs. However, he would never be able to forget the tragic things that happened next. He still remembered what the two little girls said after they were trapped by him. Han, who is he? Why did he suddenly appear here? I don't know either. Strange. Why did he come to our purple yang sex beast farm realm? Look, is he crazy? Those are grass for little beasts to eat. Why did he put them in his mouth? The two little girls were stunned for a long time. The girl called Wawa took a few steps forward. She didn't care about the greedy wolf's seal at all. She appeared behind the greedy wolf and kicked him. After this kick, the greedy wolf's tragedy began. Thinking back to his memories, the greedy wolf's eyes were filled with tears. He looked at the two little girls with their eyes wide open and revealed looks of pride. His heart was filled with despair. He couldn't beat them. In fact, a single kick from them almost crippled his cultivation. In his eyes, these two little girls were too terrifying. I'll tell you, okay? Last time we talked about that cruel, ugly, shameless, and arrogant demon, Wang Lin. He is in Wang Yu's stomach. The greedy wolf's throat seemed to be on fire. He sat there paralyzed and continued to speak. This Wang Lin is too hateful. How can he be so intimate? The purple-clothed girl named Han wrinkled her nose and muttered unhappily. Han, do you remember what I told you before? When Master and I went outside to search for herbs, we felt a very strange divine sense. I even communicated with him, and he said his name was Wang Lin. Just as the greedy wolf was painfully narrating his story outside the rift to the peach garden, Wang Lin's face was deathly pale. He coughed out blood once more and escaped using blood escape. Behind him, space itself seemed to be burning as 9 giant firebirds chased after him. Waves of heat spread out and gave off a pressure that could shake space itself. Behind the 9 firebirds, there was a 7-colored light. The 7-colored Taoist's face was filled with killing intent and anger as he slowly closed in. I want to see where you can run to. I'm going to refine your ancient body into ashes. The more you recover, the more pain you'll feel. I'm going to capture your origin soul and refine you into a treasure. Only then can I resolve the hatred in my heart. Wang Lin's body felt like it was on fire, and the intense pain enveloped his body. His blood seemed to be boiling as it moved through his body, making the pain even more intense. The blood he coughed out was even hotter, and his body was like a giant furnace that was burning. Even though he controlled the fire essence, he could only delay it slightly. It was as if the fire essence couldn't resist the burning of the 7-colored Taoist spell. His body continued to recover along the way, but the more he recovered, the more intense the pain became. Wang Lin almost couldn't bear it, but he clenched his teeth and didn't waste any time. He used blood escape many times. He was getting closer and closer to the altar. A moment later, as Wang Lin teleported, he saw the altar pointed out by the map. The moment he saw the altar, there was a flash of light in Wang Lin's eyes. He turned into a ray of burning light and charged toward the altar. It was also at this moment that the greedy wolf carefully retreated from the rift that connected the Purple Yang sect to the Beast Farm realm. While the 2 little girls were talking about Wang Lin's name, the greedy wolf seemed to have gone crazy. He quickly retreated into the rift and rushed out. At the moment he rushed out, tears of joy fell from Greed's eyes. He looked at the starry sky, and a feeling of having survived a disaster rose in his heart. However, almost as soon as this feeling appeared, he saw a long arc of light that seemed to be burning in the distance as it charged over. Wang Lin? Wang Lin! The greedy wolf was startled for a moment and almost couldn't believe his eyes. However, after taking a closer look, he immediately screamed in horror. You still won't let me go? I came here and you actually appeared again. The greedy wolf's face immediately turned pale, and he subconsciously retreated. Wang Lin's body landed on the altar, and he staggered and coughed out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Wang Lin also saw the greedy wolf that had suddenly appeared. He ignored this person and turned to look into the distance. The stars in the distance burned as 9 giant firebirds formed suns. Behind the suns was the 7-colored Taoist, filled with killing intent. Every step he took caused the stars to tremble. It was terrifying to the extreme. The greedy wolf's expression changed once more. His eyes almost bulged out, and his mind trembled as he retreated. The 7-colored Taoist's strength made him feel like he was about to die. This Wang Lin actually provoked such a terrifying person. Who is this person? The greedy wolf's body trembled, and he was about to return to the Beast Farm realm. In his view, the outside world was too dangerous, and it was safer to go back and tell stories to the little ancestors. However, just at this moment, the 7-colored Taoist raised his right hand and pointed at the altar where Wang Lin was. Is this the place where you escaped to? Then let me refine it here. The 7-colored Taoist pointed, and the 9 suns rumbled toward Wang Lin. A heat wave spread out and burned everything. Wang Lin sat on the altar and stared at the 9 suns. He didn't know where the life force was, but he saw the arm on the altar. This arm gave off an ancient aura, and Wang Lin immediately recognized it as Yimo's arm. Could this arm be where the life force is? Wang Lin didn't hesitate and didn't even have time to look around. He raised his right hand and pressed down on the arm. If it was anyone else without an ancient inheritance, it would be impossible to fuse with this arm. However, Wang Lin was different. He had the authentic Dao Ji inheritance. The moment he pressed down on the arm shined brightly and shrouded his body. At the same time, the greedy wolf screamed inside the heat wave. Half of his body had entered the rift, but he didn't have enough time to enter completely. 1,000 years, 3,000 years, 10,000 years. Ah, I've been telling stories for 10,000 years. Two little ancestors, save me. Just as the greedy wolf roared in fear, he felt two small hands press down on his back. At the same time, a powerful cultivation that almost suffocated him entered his body from the two small hands. This cultivation-based power caused Greed's body to emit a boundless golden light. The golden light spread out, and Greed's hands rose up into the air. His fingers spread out in front of him, forming a circular pattern. The moment the circle appeared, a golden sun appeared in the greedy wolf's hands. This golden sun was only the size of the two hands, but the power inside it shook the entire star system, the Cloud Sea, the Summon River, and the other three star systems. It even shook the Outer Realm and the Ancient Star System. If this was it, it wouldn't be a big deal, but something even more terrifying was yet to come. The third chapter. I'm writing the fourth chapter. I'm not fast, so please be patient. Chapter 1705. The continent of the Wind Celestial Realm had been taken away by Wang Lin, but the space where the Wind Celestial Realm was still there. The passage that Wang Lin had sealed was still there. At this moment, the door at the end of the passage trembled violently. It couldn't stop the aura from spreading, so the terrifying aura of the cave world entered the Gui sect on the immortal astral continent. The moment this aura appeared in the Gui sect, the expressions of all the immortal astral continent cultivators changed greatly. The few cultivators with the highest cultivation levels were filled with shock and disbelief. One of the 9 suns, the aura of a Grand Empyrean. Which Grand Empyrean appeared there? On the immortal astral continent, in the frozen mountain range, Fan Shanming's face turned pale, and the ice mountain she was on collapsed. She jumped up and revealed a horrified expression. This is the aura of a Grand Empyrean. On the immortal astral continent, among the 9 sects in the eastern region of the Shursan sect, the Purple Yang sect firmly occupied the position of number 1. The power of this sect alone was enough to sweep through the other 8 sects. All of this was because there was a legendary Grand Empyrean in the Purple Yang sect, one of the 9 sons of the immortal astral continent. However, this Grand Empyrean was extremely mysterious, and very few people knew what he looked like. They didn't even know if he was a man or a woman. However, the more mysterious this Grand Empyrean was, the less people dared to provoke the Purple Yang sect. At this moment, within the main hall of the house of the Ziyang, 7 to 8 elders were gathered. Each of these elders had a bitter expression on their faces. In front of them stood a middle-aged man. This man had a dignified expression as he roared at the crowd. "Tell me, what is going on?" They said they were going to the Beast Farm realm to play, but... One of the old men muttered to himself with a helpless expression. "Play? The aura of a Grand Empyrean has spread out. How can it be play?" The middle-aged man was angry, but he was also helpless. "The Beast Farm realm can't be opened. They have sealed it up, not allowing us to enter." Another old man bitterly smiled and shook his head. "The reincarnation of a Grand Empyrean can't allow any mistakes. They are still growing and are not suitable to display the power of a Grand Empyrean. These two little ancestors, what are they doing?" The middle-aged man stomped his foot, and the entire Purple Yang sect rumbled. Even the earth outside trembled. In the crack in the sea of clouds, Wang Lin sat on the altar and looked at the terrifying aura that erupted from the greedy wolf's hands. He couldn't help but be shocked. The sun in the greedy wolf's hands rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it was the size of a person. The 9 incoming firebirds let out miserable screams and wanted to retreat, but they all collapsed when the sun shined. As for the 7-color Taoist, he was startled. Even though he didn't inherit all of his memories, some of them were still in his soul. Even though he had split into 3 souls, they couldn't be erased. These memories were filled with fear and awe toward the 9 sons of the immortal astral continent. This is the aura of a Grand Empyrean. The seven-colored Taoist's expression changed greatly, and his body trembled as the sun closed in. He coughed out blood and retreated like crazy. At this moment, he was no longer thinking about transforming Wang Lin. He was scared out of his wits by the aura of the sun. Not only him, but in the Luo Tian star system, old Devil Zhan, who was following the four generals of the ancient celestial realm to see if they could find the third soul, suddenly trembled. He looked into the distance, and his face turned pale. Grand Empyrean. He didn't speak, but a sharp voice came from his body. How could this be? The aura of a Grand Empyrean actually came here. This, as the terrifying aura shrouded the four-star systems, the outer realm, and the entire cave world, the aura swept by the cultivation planets. It passed through the bodies of the fierce beasts, mortals, and cultivators. Gradually, all life in the cave world experienced a moment of enlightenment. Perhaps it was a fierce beast, perhaps it was a mortal, perhaps it was an earth cultivator. When the Grand Empyrean's aura swept by, it stimulated the memory that had been reincarnated for countless years and had been completely forgotten. If it wasn't for the stimulation of the Grand Empyrean's aura, perhaps it wouldn't have awakened even after tens of thousands of years. However, due to a strange combination of factors, this memory slowly awakened in the mind of a creature in the cave world. This awakened memory was the third soul of the seven-colored Taoist. Within the crack in the sea of clouds, the seven-colored Taoist immortal's expression was filled with terror as he quickly retreated. He coughed up blood as he fled into the sky without looking back. He had developed a deep sense of fear toward the rift in the cloud sea. He didn't expect his pursuit of Wang Lin to trigger the aura of a Grand Empyrean. On the altar inside the rift, Wang Lin stared dumbfoundedly as the sun wrapped around the greedy wolf's body and sucked the greedy wolf into the rift. Through the rift, Wang Lin saw the two cute little girls. Hey, it's you. One of the little girls seemed to see Wang Lin inside the zombie beast realm and revealed a look of joy. Han, look, he is the person I mentioned before. His name is also Wang Lin. Child, quickly seal the rift. Those annoying old men are coming. If they find out, Kwai won't be able to come here anymore. Yes, I'll seal the rift. You go hide the greedy wolf. You can't let them find out. Under Wang Lin's gaze, the rift was surrounded by a golden light and gradually disappeared among the stars. All of this was still confusing for Wang Lin. He sat on the altar and pondered for a long time before withdrawing his gaze from where the rift had disappeared. One of the 9 suns. Grand Empyrean. The stars were silent, and there was no more light. Wang Kai silently sat on the altar and recalled everything that had happened. These 2 children are actually Grand Empyreans. On the immortal astral continent, just the aura of Grand Empyrean Shao was enough to force the seven-colored Taoist to flee in panic. Wang Lin's eyes gradually shined brightly. One day, I'll also become a Grand Empyrean. Wang Lin closed his eyes and opened them a moment later. He had calmed the shock in his heart. The seven-colored Taoist shouldn't dare to come again. This is an extremely safe place. Here, I need to comprehend the restriction essence cancer and refine those 8 drops of blood. There's also this Tao essence arm. Wang Lin turned his head and looked at the arm that was more than 100 feet long. If I can absorb this arm and use it to use the heaven-ripping spell, I wonder how much stronger it will be compared to Yimo's. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After he calmed down completely, he raised his hand and hit between his eyebrows. The 8 drops of blood from Yimo's child flew out. These 8 drops of blood floated before him. They didn't give off any light, but they gave off a powerful Tao aura. Wang Lin's wild goose heart god stars rotated rapidly and formed a vortex. The demon and devil stars also appeared in his left and right eyes. This made Wang Lin look extremely strange. Ancient Tao essence blood. It contains the full power of the 3 ancient clans. Wang Lin's right hand grabbed a drop of blood. After pondering for a moment, he crushed it. As the blood mist scattered, Wang Lin inhaled. The blood mist was divided into 7 parts and was absorbed by Wang Lin's 7 orifices. This time it wasn't as simple as storing it between his eyebrows, but real absorption. After a drop of blood was absorbed by Wang Lin, a thunderous rumble came from his body. Every inch of his flesh and bones began to swell as they absorbed the Tao aura inside the blood. The ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly, and the 8th star gradually appeared. However, it was very unstable, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Wang Lin's expression became distorted, and the swelling in his body caused him great pain. He clenched his teeth and endured it. Going from 7 stars to 8 stars was a huge leap for an ancient god. Wang Lin also needed to divide part of his aura to make the demon stars in his left and right eyes grow. What he wanted was a balance between the 3 ancient clans. It wasn't just the growth of an ancient god. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days went by. During these 7 days, Wang Lin's clothes were soaked in sweat. He forced himself to stay awake and crushed the 2nd drop of blood. After absorbing it, he crushed the 3rd drop. The 2 drops of blood expanded inside his body. Not only did the 8th star between his eyebrows gradually condense, but the demon star in his left eye also rotated rapidly. There were signs that the 8th demon star was about to appear. Wang Lin's body couldn't help but swell once more. Behind him, the ancient god's shadow appeared. This shadow was distorted as if it was going through some mysterious change. Several days later, Wang Lin opened his eyes and waved his sleeves. The remaining 5 drops of blood exploded into a blood mist that surrounded his body. The blood mist moved and quickly entered Wang Lin's body through his pores. As the blood mist continued to dissipate, muffled roars came from Wang Lin. In his left eye, the 8th demon star suddenly appeared. The moment the demon star appeared, demonic energy formed a storm that swept the area. The countless beasts inside the spatial crack all knelt down and didn't dare to move. At the same time, the 8th ancient demon star appeared in his right eye. Devilish energy was monstrous. The cruel and bloodthirsty devilish energy swept the stars. The last star to appear was the ancient god star. The 3 trials, 7 calamity is about to arrive. The blood mist around Wang Lin had long dissipated. The 8th ancient god star between his eyebrows gave off endless light and was about to condense. For chapters, 12,000 chapters. As of today, 52 chapters have been updated this month. That's 8,000 chapters per day. Chapter 1706. The ancient gods had the 3 trials, 7 calamities, and the ancient demons and ancient devils were the same. The calamities of the 3 ancient clans were also a new beginning. Anyone who passed it would experience a great increase in strength. However, this time Wang Lin's 3 trials, 7 calamities arrived several times faster than usual. Not only did the G-God calamity arrive, but the ancient demon and ancient devil calamities also arrived. For the 3 ancient clans, the first trial had 2 calamities. The second trial also had 2 calamities, the God calamity and the soul calamity. Wang Lin's ancient god body had already passed the 2 trials and 4 calamities. What was about to descend was the highest calamity of the 3 ancient clans, the 3rd trial with 3 calamities. However, his Jiao and ancient devil body had never experienced the 1st and 2nd trials. So when he reached 8 stars, the 8 calamities of the demon and devil calamities all arrived at the same time. He had to pass the calamities of the ancient clans one by one. The 8 ancient demon stars in Wang Lin's left eye rotated, forming a vortex. Demonic energy spread out from his left eye and covered Wang Lin's entire face and body. At this moment, Wang Lin no longer looked like a cultivator. His face was blue and his expression was ferocious. His veins swelled and demonic energy spread out in all directions with his body as the center. Under this endless demonic energy, Wang Lin looked like a real demon cultivator. His white hair flowed strangely behind him, and popping sounds came from his body. The nails on his index fingers began to move and rapidly grew until they were 1 foot long. Those 10 nails were purplish red and looked extremely demonic. Demonic chi filled his body and gradually condensed into a purplish red armor. This was the demonic armor that the ancient demon clan could condense when they reached the 8-star level. Wearing the demonic armor, Wang Lin sat on the altar. The ancient demon shadow behind him disappeared and was replaced by a giant ancient demon. This ancient demon had a single horn, and its body was blue. Its ferocious eyes gave off a strange glow as it floated behind Wang Lin. The ancient demon's hair flowed in the wind and extended thousands of feet. From afar, it looked like smoke. At this moment, even people who knew Wang Lin would be startled and wouldn't be able to recognize him at a glance. Wang Lin closed his eyes as he slowly cultivated and cycled the ancient demon power inside his body. At this moment, the second calamity of the first trial arrived. Just like the ancient god calamity, the first trial had 2 calamities, the bone calamity and the flesh calamity. These calamities erupted from Wang Lin's ancient demon body, and the moment they appeared, the demonic energy in the area became chaotic. Wang Lin's body remained motionless, but he frowned. His eyes were closed as if he was hiding all the pain he was feeling. Inside his body, the bones and flesh of his ancient demon body were about to shatter from the impact of the demonic energy. However, this pain was far from unbearable for Wang Lin. The ancient god calamity of the past was countless times more intense than this. Time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 days went by. After 5 days, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. There were no stars between his eyebrows, no stars in his right eye, and only 8 ancient demon stars rotated rapidly in his left eye, giving off monstrous demonic energy. The second calamity of the first trial of the ancient demon clan is only SOSO. Wang Lin's expression was calm. Right now, he was indeed qualified to say such words. He didn't care about this ancient demon calamity at all. After the first trial of the ancient demon, the second trial of the demonic calamity appeared. It filled Wang Lin's soul and mind, and gradually circulated around his body. The demonic energy in the outside world churned like waves. Even the ancient demon shadow behind him began to distort, as if it wanted to roar in endless pain. Wang Lin lifted his right hand and pointed at his left eye. His expression was ferocious as he suppressed the second trial of the demonic calamity. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the second trial of the demonic calamity collapsed. After passing the 4th trial of the second trial, Wang Lin's auspicious demonic aura surged. It caused the stars to tremble, as if a greater demon was about to be born. Wang Lin's twisted expression slowly calmed down. His hands formed a seal, then he placed them on his knees. The ancient demon star in his left eye gradually disappeared, and the ancient demon star in his right eye rumbled. When the 8 ancient demon stars appeared, the demonic energy around Wang Lin dissipated and was replaced by boundless demonic energy. The demonic energy swirled around Wang Lin, forming a black fog. From a distance, it was possible to hear countless miserable wails echoing in one's mind. As the demonic energy surged, the ancient demon armor covering Wang Lin's body dissipated, replaced by a strange, ink-black armor. This armor matched his white hair, and the black and white colors were shocking to look at. Within the demonic energy, devil tattoos appeared on Wang Lin's face. As the devil tattoos spread out, Wang Lin transformed from a demonic cultivator into a devil. Devils were existences that coexisted with immortals, gods, and demons. Since the beginning of time, all devils were false. Even the ancient devil was not a true devil. A true devil was not a body, not a soul, not a cultivation base, but a will that reigned supreme. The path that Wang Lin walked was similar to that of a devil, but he could never reach the level of a true devil. After all, his main body was that of an ancient god. At this moment, the ancient demon stars rotated and a demonic energy surged. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and they shined with ruthless coldness as he welcomed the first trial of the ancient devil and the second trial. The power of the ancient devil's first trial was similar to that of the auspicious demon, but it was stronger. Among the three ancient clans, the ancient gods were the strongest, followed by the ancient devils, and the auspicious demons were the weakest. The 7 trials were the same. After T-days, Wang Lin's ancient devil body passed through the first trial and the second trial. The pain of his flesh and bones being separated was not as painful as the auspicious demon's trial. Using the same amount of time as Sher San, Wang Lin suppressed the second trial of the auspicious demon. The tempering of his soul and mind allowed Wang Lin's ancient devil body to approach great power. After the ancient devil body passed through the second trial and the fourth trial, Wang Lin's 3 ancient clans had reached a balance. He sat cross-legged on the altar, and the 8th ancient god star between his eyebrows burst forth without any obstruction. Ancient god, 8-star ancient god. After cultivating for more than 200 years, Wang Lin had gone through countless opportunities in life and death situations to reach this step. He had become an 8-star ancient god. Not only was he an 8-star ancient god, but he was also an 8-star auspicious demon and an 8-star auspicious demon. The 3 ancient clans fused into one, with the ancient gods as the main body, and that was Dao Ji. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light, and the 24 stars between his eyebrows rotated at the same time. Bursts of ancient Dao aura spread out from his body and filled the stars. A powerful feeling appeared in his mind. Wang Lin clenched his fist. He knew that what he was about to face was the real calamity. The third trial of the 3 ancient clans. The 3 clans come together. The third trial had 3 calamities. The first calamity was the ancient race heavenly blood. The second calamity was the ancient Dao 3 soul splits. As for the third calamity, it was the strongest calamity of the 3 ancient clans. It was called the gift of the ancient ancestor. Wang Lin didn't know much about the specifics. Although he had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Dao, the memories were limited. He only knew that the last 2 calamities of the third trial had to be passed in the Ji temple of the ancient country on the immortal astral continent. If anyone from the Ji country could cultivate to the last calamity, it would be a grand event for the entire ancient country. It could be called a grand ceremony. Ancient Dao Yimo had passed the last calamity in the Ji country's ancient temple. After fusing with the ancient Dao, he obtained the title of Ancient Dao and became one of the great sovereigns of the ancient country. He was respected by countless people. Even the celestial clan attached great importance to the last calamity in the ancient country. Wang Lin sat on the altar, and his body was shrouded in an even stronger Dao aura. He was going to face the first calamity of the third trial. Once he passed this calamity, he would become a true 8-star ancient god, with the power of the 3 8-star ancient clans. Even without his cultivation, Wang Lin was confident he could defeat early-stage arcane void cultivators. If his cultivation went one step further and he formed the 7th essence, then Wang Lin wouldn't even be a match for mid-stage arcane void cultivators. He would be able to battle late-stage arcane void cultivators. The ancient race heavenly blood calamity had arrived. The so-called heavenly blood was to gather all the essence, energy, and soul of the 3 ancient clans into one drop of blood. This drop of blood was everything for the person going through the calamity of the 3 ancient clans. Use that blood to break through the heavens and earth and summon the bloodline of the Ji nation. Obtain the approval of the ancient ancestor. If the ancient ancestor approves of the Ji nation, it doesn't matter where the person undergoing the tribulation is in the universe. The ancient ancestor will give them a drop of blood. This drop of blood would fuse with the essence, energy, and soul of the person going through the calamity of the three ancient clans. The reborn body would have the true G country's bloodline. This kind of bloodline was the same as the celestial bloodline. The difficulty of this calamity wasn't the pain of fusing essence, energy, and soul to form the first drop of blood, but to obtain the recognition of the ancient ancestor. This kind of recognition wasn't something everyone could obtain. Even if it was obtained, there would be a difference in the amount of blood given by the ancient ancestor. Normally, it would only be 1 drop, but if the recognition was high enough, it would be 2 drops. When Emo went through this calamity, he obtained 3 drops of blood. Since ancient times, before Emo, the person with the most had obtained 8 drops of blood. This person was one of the 9 sons of the ancient country, Grand Emperor Xianluo. He was also the peerless powerhouse that fought with the other Grand Emperor Yang Dao for the immemorial God Rel fragment outside the T-Dao sect. Wang Lin sat on the altar and pondered for a long time before closing his eyes. The ancient aura suddenly withdrew from his body and gathered inside his body. He began the first step of the 3rd trial, which was to melt into a drop of blood. A blurry shadow appeared on his body, and another Wang Lin walked out. This was his avatar, a cultivator's avatar. The avatar left, so the body of Wang Lin's original body was completely ancient. Chapter 17:07. With my ancient demon body, extract the essence, energy, and soul of a demon and fuse it into a drop of blood. Come out. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at his body. With this, his body began to tremble violently. His left eye immediately melted and waves of pain assaulted him. Even Wang Lin clenched his teeth in pain. As his left eye melted, a part of Wang Lin's body seemed to be extracted. A drop of blood slowly flew out from his left eye. This drop of blood was the size of a fingernail and floated before Wang Lin. Inside the drop of blood was a miniature ancient demon that looked exactly like Wang Lin. It was sitting motionlessly inside the drop of blood. With my ancient demon body, extract the essence, energy, and soul of a demon and fuse it into a drop of blood. Come out. Wang Lin's voice was calm, a stark contrast to his pain. After he spoke, his right hand formed a seal, and he pressed it on his body again. Popping sounds came from his right eye, and in an instant, Wang Lin's entire right eye collapsed. This collapse was destruction. As it floated in the air, Wang Lin's body rapidly withered until he looked like a skeleton. As it collapsed, a drop of black blood containing monstrous devilish energy flew out and floated next to the drop of ancient demon blood. There was also a miniature ancient demon Wang Lin sitting inside the drop of blood. With my ancient god body, melt everything and condense a drop of ancient god blood. Wang Lin's eyes were blurry, and he couldn't see anything around him. This kind of pain sounded simple, but in reality, it exceeded the limit of what Wang Lin could endure. However, he still persevered. He had to survive this ancient race, heavenly blood calamity. His body began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. The first to melt were his legs, then his arms, and then his entire body. In the end, his entire body was enveloped by a bloody mist that spread out from his body. His entire body disappeared, completely turning into the mist. The fog moved and quickly condensed. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, it condensed into a drop of ancient god blood. At that moment, Wang Lin's clone could see that his true self had completely vanished from the altar. All that remained were these 3 drops of blood. The 3 drops of blood floated in the air in the shape of a T, and within them were 3 figures of Wang Lin. At that moment, the 3 figures opened their eyes at the same time, and the 3 drops of blood rapidly fused together. Without a sound, the 3 drops of blood fused into one. This drop of blood was the entirety of the ancient god, Ji Yao, and ancient devil. It was Wang Lin's everything. Unlike the blood of celestials, this blood was not golden. Instead, it gave off a black light, and as it flickered, it caused the surroundings to become hazy. The moment the 3 drops of blood fused into one, a desolate aura spread out from it. This aura was ancient and contained the heaven-defying will of the ancient clan. As it spread out, it shot into the sky and spread out toward the peak of the endless galaxy. This aura wouldn't be detected by any cultivator in the inner or outer realms, because this aura belonged to the ancient clan, not a cultivator. This aura was to summon the ancient ancestor. As it spread out, everyone in the cave world with the ancient clan bloodline felt their hearts tremble. They felt the power of their bloodline. In the inner realm, the Cloud Sea ancient demon that hadn't died in the previous battles was filled with shock as he stared into the distance. He felt this aura, and this aura made him want to worship it. There was a woman sitting inside the invisible rift around Luo Tion's collapsed planet Dongling. She was also an ancient god, and at this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with terror, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Ancient race, heavenly blood, in the outer realm, in the ancient tomb in the ancient star system, Tuasin hadn't left and was still choosing his inheritance. He was still sitting there with his eyes closed. He had obtained the memories of 2C given to him by Wang Lin. Over the years, perhaps he was still Tua's son, or perhaps he had already awakened 2C. However, at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and his pupils shrank. On the immortal astral continent, the east and south were where the celestial clan lived, and the west and north were where the ancient countries lived. Because the immortal astral continent was too large, many cultivators and ancient clan members had never left their home region. At this moment, in the northern part of the immortal astral continent, there was a giant city floating in the sky. Just this city was the size of a cave world, and from a distance, it was impossible to see the edge of the city. Below the city was darkness, and it would never see sunlight. This was the G country's celestial prison. With the suppression of the ancient city, there were many cultivators with celestial bloodlines imprisoned here. At the center of the ancient city was a giant statue. This statue was so large that it seemed to support the entire immortal astral continent. Even from far away, one could see the statue supporting the sky. This statue was of a middle-aged man with a majestic appearance. He had his head lowered, as if he was looking at the earth, and his eyes gave off a gaze of contempt. It was as if in his eyes, what was the heavens, what was the earth, and what did celestials count as? His hands were spread out as if he controlled the entire immortal astral continent. His giant palms seemed to contain the power to destroy the continent. On his left stood a young man. This young man had a head of black hair and was wearing a black robe. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he looked at the statue before him with a look of respect. A faint light had appeared between the eyebrows of the statue a few days ago. This light was red, as if it was formed from blood. It was this shocking scene that caused the black-haired young man to stand here and stare at the statue. Behind him, there were several figures floating in the sky. Behind these thousands of figures, there were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even nearly 1 million figures floating. Although there were a lot of people, there was no sound. Everyone's gazes were focused on the black-haired young man and the statue. Has the time arrived? After a long time, the black-haired, dark-robed young man slowly opened his mouth as if he was muttering to himself in the silence. Just at this moment, 9 giants about 100,000 feet tall appeared in the distance. They stepped through the void and arrived. Behind the 9 giants was a man wearing a royal robe. He looked almost exactly the same as the statue, and he had his hands behind his back as he walked over. Behind the man were 9 giants that were hundreds of thousands of meters tall. They seemed to be following him as they approached. His appearance caused the cultivators of the nearly 1 million ancient nations to bow in greeting. "Greetings, ancient emperor." Only the black-haired young man standing on the left side of the statue didn't bow, but calmly looked at the statue. The man in the royal robe didn't mind at all. As the cultivators of the ancient countries bowed, he arrived next to the black-haired young man. He clasped his hands with a smile and spoke with respect. Yisu greets Grand Emperor Xianluo. The black-haired young man was one of the 9 sons. Xianluo, the black-haired young man slowly said, "The time is almost here. You're a bit late." The middle-aged man in the royal robe smiled bitterly and nodded. "I hope Grand Emperor can forgive me. The extreme emperor and the founding emperor are very concerned about what is happening here. They have communicated with me with their divine senses." The black-haired young man let out a cold snort. The 3 emperors of the extreme Tao and the founding emperor. As the emperor of the ancient Tao, you don't need to pay attention to them. Today's matter is a big matter for the ancient Tao, so they will naturally pay attention. Uncle is right. The middle-aged man changed the way he addressed the black-haired young man. Hearing the middle-aged man call him uncle, the black-haired young man's expression eased slightly. The man in the royal robe looked at the statue of the ancestor that looked exactly like him and softly asked, "Uncle, this matter is very strange. How confident are you?" The black-haired young man pondered a bit and then slowly said, "Yimo's inheritor is an accident. I don't know everything and can only sense his bloodline. As for whether he can obtain the approval of the Ji ancestor, I'm not confident." "He is Yimo's inheritor? How is this possible?" The man in the royal robe was startled. It was obvious that this was the first time he had heard of this. Yimo back then. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the black-haired young man. 7 days ago, my Ji ancestor statue gave off a heavenly bloodlight. Although this is normal, the heavenly bloodlight has been condensing for 7 days and still hasn't formed. This kind of thing is extremely rare. Even I only condensed a heavenly bloodlight for 9 days. I carefully searched all the members of the ancient Tao clan and didn't find anyone who caused the heavenly bloodlight. Then I used divination to find the source. He is actually Yimo's inheritor. If he succeeds, if he can come to the immortal astral continent, then I'll consider accepting him as my disciple, my only disciple, to be able to walk step by step from the cave world to where he is now. And if he can come out, he will become a powerful member of my ancient Tao clan. After I reincarnate, he can come to protect the ancient Tao clan. I hope he can succeed." The black-haired young man looked between the eyebrows of the statue and slowly said, "Time slowly passed. The 8th day, the 9th day, all the way until the 10th Sure San day. The surrounding ancient Tao clan members remained silent during these days. They looked at the increasingly intense blood light between the eyebrows of the statue, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. At dusk on the 9th Sure San day, a sudden change occurred. The blood-red light between the eyebrows of the statue seemed to have reached its limit. It lit up half of the sky and enveloped everything in its blood-red light. Soon after, as everyone's breathing quickened, a drop of blood slowly condensed between the eyebrows of the statue. After a long time, no second drop appeared. Only one drop. The man in the royal robe revealed an undetectable hint of contempt in his eyes. Not only him, but all the surrounding ancient clan members were disappointed. They had waited for the Sure San day and thought they would witness a miracle. However, they didn't expect there to only be one drop. However, just at this moment, a series of exclamations came from between the eyebrows of the statue. A second drop of blood flew out. Shortly after, the 3rd and 4th drops of blood flew out. 4 drops. It's actually 4 drops. Seeing that the monthly votes would be surpassed at any moment, he wanted to erupt but didn't have the strength. I want monthly votes. All readers, please check your personal space and see if you have any. Please give me a vote. Chapter 1708. The man in the royal robe's eyes shined brightly as he stared at the spot between the eyebrows of the statue. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. 4 drops of blood wasn't enough to shock him. It has to be said that even Yimo had obtained 3 drops. Although most of the ancient countries that went through the first calamity only obtained 1 drop, there were some that obtained more than 2 drops. Aside from Yemo, any member of the ancient Tao royal family could obtain 2 drops of ancient race heavenly blood. What's more, the man in the royal robe had obtained 6 drops of ancient race heavenly blood. He was known as the strongest person in the ancient Tao, besides Xianluo. Because of this, he became the emperor of the ancient Tao. His status was very high, and he was respected by countless people. However, even so, he wasn't accepted as a disciple by Xianluo. The man in the royal robe still brooded about this, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Now that he heard Grand Emperor Xianluo say he was going to accept Yemo's inheritor as a disciple, his heart was very gloomy, but he didn't reveal it at all. 4 drops of blood. This kind of thing hasn't happened in a long time. However, 4 drops of blood should be the limit. Look at the light from the ancient ancestor statue. It has dimmed a bit. Sure, San, 4 drops of blood in one day is really not a lot. The surrounding discussions buzzed. The gazes of the people of the ancient Tao all gathered on the ancient ancestor statue. The red light between the eyebrows of the ancient ancestor statue gradually dissipated. In the end, the monstrous red that illuminated half the sky completely dimmed. Slowly, only a small dot between the eyebrows was left in this world. At this moment, the nearly 1 million people of the Dao Ji clan knew that everything was over. The man in the royal robe looked calm, but he sneered in his heart. Just 4 drops of blood. How can he have the qualifications to protect my ancient Dao clan, like Uncle said? Today's matter is a bit of a fuss over a minor issue. Even if Uncle wants to accept a disciple, there are a few people in my ancient Dao clan who have obtained 4 drops of blood. Even when I obtained 6 drops, I didn't catch his eye. If he still decides to accept Yemo's inheritor, I'll be the first to disagree. The man in the royal robe didn't reveal any of his thoughts and revealed a look of pity. He shook his head with a wry smile and spoke softly to Grand Emperor Xianluo. Uncle, 4 drops is a lot. Yemo's inheritor could be considered a member of my ancient Dao clan. Grand Emperor Xianluo's expression was calm, as if he hadn't heard the man in the royal robe. He looked at the red light between the eyebrows of the ancient ancestor statue that was becoming weaker and weaker. In the end, there was only a sliver of red light left, and it looked like it was about to completely dissipate. He looked at the 4 drops of blood that he had just formed. They shone with a crystalline light as they shot up into the sky. They seemed to pierce through the void and disappear into the distance. Wait a little longer. After a long time, the black-haired youth slowly spoke. The man in the royal robe nodded in agreement, but his heart was filled with disdain. Aside from Uncle, no one in the ancient Dao clan has talent like mine. Yemo can't, and his inheritor can't either. Time passed on the immortal astral continent. At this moment, in the rift in the cloud sea in the cave world, Wang Lin's avatar was sitting on the edge of the altar. His eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at the drop of blood his original body had formed at the center of the altar. The blood floated there quietly and did not move, but at that moment, whistling sounds immediately echoed in the strange space. Layers of ripples appeared out of nowhere in the galaxy above the place. As they spread out in all directions, an incredibly powerful presence that was filled with an ancient air traveled faintly towards them. This aura far surpassed all life in the cave world. Even the Grand Empyreans couldn't compare to it. However, although this aura was terrifying, it didn't attract anyone's attention. Only Wang Lin could feel it. Ripples echoed above the altar, and a giant vortex slowly appeared. The vortex rotated and rumbled. A blood-colored light spread out from the vortex and shrouded the entire altar. A powerful force pushed Wang Lin's avatar several thousand feet away from the altar. This force that was pushing Wang Lin's avatar caused Wang Lin's mind to tremble. This force was beyond the might of the heavens. It was beyond any pressure Wang Lin had ever felt in his life. Not to mention him, even if Rainbow was on this altar, he would be forcefully driven out. in Wang Lin's mind. He clearly felt that the drop of blood that was his original body seemed to be burning. It gave off a blood light that seemed to be reflecting the blood light from the vortex. As the blood light spread out from the vortex, a drop of blood flew out from the vortex toward the drop of blood formed by Wang Lin's original body. The two drops of blood rapidly fused and slowly fused together. At this instant, Wang Lin's avatar staggered back and immediately sat down. Bursts of pain came from his mind. This pain made it impossible for him to completely control his avatar. He had to wholeheartedly feel the will of his original body. The moment he sat down, a thunderous rumble echoed in his mind. His consciousness dissipated from his avatar and completely entered the drop of blood. Bursts of unspeakable pain echoed in his consciousness. Although he no longer had a body, he still felt the pain of being burned. The fused drop of blood seemed to be boiling and rapidly squirming. Just at this moment, the second drop of blood flew out from the vortex and fused with the drop of blood formed by Wang Lin's original body. As a result, a thunderous rumble echoed in Wang Lin's consciousness. The pain multiplied countless times, but he could not roar it out. He could only endure it. Shortly after, the third drop of ancient ancestor blood flew out from the vortex and fused with the drop of blood formed by Wang Lin's original body. A thunderous rumble echoed in Wang Lin's consciousness, and the pain multiplied countless times. However, he could not roar it out and could only endure it. This body had a head of white hair. It was Wang Lin. His body was covered in complex runes and looked extremely strange. His eyes were closed, and he let out muffled groans of pain. His illusory body gradually became corporeal. At this moment, the fourth drop of blood flew out from the vortex. The moment it flew out, a blood-red light filled the endless space. The red light was shocking and landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows. With this, Wang Lin's body trembled and his eyes opened. His pupils were red and his body trembled. A powerful force surged through his body like crazy, causing popping sounds to echo from his body. After the 4 drops of ancient ancestor blood fused with his body, a bloodline was born. This bloodline was the ancient ancestor's bloodline. The appearance of this bloodline meant that from now on, Wang Lin was a true descendant of the ancient ancestor. He was a true citizen of the ancient country. When the 4th drop of blood flew out, the vortex above him gradually stopped and showed signs of dissipating. Once it dissipated, the ancient race heavenly blood trial would be over. Although Wang Lin had passed, he was destined to only obtain 4 drops of blood, one more than Yemo. This was already a lot for him. After all, he had obtained the inheritance from Yemo, and the 4 drops he had obtained had already surpassed Yemo's. This was almost Wang Lin's limit. After all, he was not a genius, and he did not grow up on the immortal astral continent. He was just a weak creature born in a cave world. He could not compare to the man in the royal robe. The man in the royal robe had obtained 6 drops of blood and was able to become the royal family of the ancient Tao. What did Wang Lin have to compare to such a genius? He also could not compare to Grand Emperor Xian Luo, who was one of the 9 sons, one of the 9 strongest people on the immortal astral continent. He was a legendary existence, someone above millions of people. Such a person had obtained 8 drops of ancient ancestor blood, so Wang Lin could not compare. The only thing he could bring out was his perseverance and unyielding character, as well as his unwillingness to be controlled by others. In the midst of countless life and death crises, he had walked step by step from being a weak mortal to where he was now. Looking back, the hardships he had gone through along the way were enough to shock anyone. He had gone through countless life and death situations. The man in the royal robe and the cultivators of the ancient country were still peacefully cultivating. With the protection of the Grand Emporians, they rarely encountered life and death situations. As Wang Lin used his life to exchange for fortune again and again, the man in the royal robe was being protected by countless people. No matter what he wanted, the people would immediately bring it to him. In order to resurrect Lim Yuan, Wang Lin was holding Lim Yuan's body and desperately struggling to awaken Lim Yuan. The man in the royal robe was playing with the strange treasures his people had sent him. He was choosing the women he favored to become one of his many concubines. 4 drops of blood. Is this my limit? Wang Lin's bloodline power condensed as he looked at the gradually dissipating vortex. He was not satisfied, although he didn't know what had happened on the immortal astral continent. Because of him, this was his personality. He was not satisfied. He wanted more blood. He wanted his bloodline power to become even stronger, not for anything else, but for the heaven-defying will in his heart that would never yield. Since you recognize my ancient clan bloodline, then giving me only 4 drops of blood is not enough. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he charged at the dissipating vortex. He was different from all the ancient Tao clansmen on the immortal astral continent. He had lived in the cave world and had never respected the ancient ancestor. He didn't respect this illusory existence. He only believed in his own strength. On the immortal astral continent, not even Grand Emperor Xian Luo could compare to him. Grand Emperor Xian Luo still respected this mysterious ancestor. However, Wang Lin was not the same. He was the first person in the ancient Tao clan to not be satisfied after obtaining a drop of blood and charge at the vortex. To be continued. Chapter 1709. Since ancient times, no one in the 3 ancient clans of the immortal astral continent had ever taken this step. This was related to the environment they lived in. They lived under the protection of the 3 Grand Empyreans, lived under the rule of the 3 emperors, and lived under the light of their ancestors. They almost fanatically worshipped the ancient ancestor. The ancient ancestor was the heavens of the ancient cultivators. No matter how arrogant someone was, they wouldn't dare to show any disrespect to the ancient ancestor. This was something they were instilled with from the moment they were born. Everyone around them was the same. Even Grand Emperor Xian Luo was like this. However, Wang Lin wasn't the same. He took this step and charged at the vortex that was about to dissipate. His figure gave off a sense of determination, boundless tyranny, and unwillingness to give up. If he hadn't obtained the recognition of the ancient ancestor, it wouldn't have mattered, but since he had obtained 4 drops of blood, Wang Lin could not agree. In his view, this matter was not like this at all. The so-called recognition was in fact recognizing someone as their descendant and letting them have their bloodline. Wang Lin didn't have to obtain this bloodline. If he wanted to, he could even obtain the celestial bloodline from the madman. This was an existence equal to the ancient ancestor bloodline. It was because of this that Wang Lin flew into the vortex. If the so-called ancient ancestor didn't give him more bloodlines, then he would force out the 4 drops of blood in his body. He would give up his ancient clan identity and join the celestial clan. He would obtain the immortal celestial body and become a celestial. You have recognized me, but I haven't recognized you. If you want me to recognize this bloodline, you need to give me more blood and fortune. Wang Lin didn't fear the ancient ancestor, so he dared to discuss this condition with him. I, Wang Lin, will never betray a bloodline that I, Wang Lin, recognize. However, you want me to accept it with just 4 drops of blood? This is too cheap. Wang Lin let out a roar as he charged into the vortex. His roar spread into the vortex and reverberated endlessly, forming a series of rumbling echoes that reverberated endlessly within the vortex. Just as Wang Lin stepped into the vortex, an emotionless divine sense aura spread out from the vortex and surrounded Wang Lin. It prevented Wang Lin from entering and kept him outside the vortex. This divine sense aura was ancient and contained no emotion, as if it was dead. Wang Lin floated in the aura and coldly stared at the vortex before him. His eyes lit up and his right hand pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. There was a milky white light at the tip of his finger. He waved his right hand and the void around him distorted, creating illusory images. Inside the images was a young man in black. This young man was only at the core formation stage, and he was in the land of the land of the land. The images changed. The young man in black experienced a lot of things in the land of the ancient god and obtained 2C's memory inheritance. You can see that this is the moment I first obtained the inheritance of the ancient god. Wang Lin slowly said as he waved his right hand. The images changed, and everything that Wang Lin had obtained the inheritance of the ancient god appeared. What appeared in the end was the ancient Tao tomb in the ancient star system. All of these things were from Wang Lin's memories, and he created them. Since you have a spirit, then think about it. How much blood do you need from me to choose to accept your bloodline? Or, if you destroy me, I'll give up my ancient bloodline and become a celestial. Wang Lin's words were cold. After he finished speaking, the divine sense around him suddenly left his body and returned to the vortex. After pondering for a long time, the vortex that was about to dissipate rumbled once more and began to rotate once more. As it slowly dissipated, it slowly solidified, and as it rotated, a blood-red light spread out from within. On the immortal astral continent, on the floating city where the Dao clan was, the nearly 1 million Dao G clan members were waiting. The man in the royal robe was impatient, but he didn't say anything. The originally dim blood-red light between the eyebrows of the towering statue suddenly burst forth with a blinding red light. This red light instantly enveloped the surroundings, illuminating the heavens and the earth, filling the entire area with the blood-red light. This sudden turn of events immediately caused a wave of exclamations of surprise. This is impossible. There is bloodlight again. Could it be that the 5th drop of blood is going to be formed? Since ancient times, the ancient race heavenly blood has always been given out at once. There has never been such a change. There is another bloodlight. The expression of the man in the royal robe changed for the first time. He stared at the eyebrows of the statue, and shock filled his eyes. How could this be? It was clearly about to end, but something like this happened. This. Only the black-haired young man, Grand Emperor Xianluo, revealed a smile. His eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at the statue and didn't speak. As the nearly 1 million Dao G clan members were shocked, the bloodlight between the eyebrows of the statue condensed, and the 5th drop of blood flew out. When the 5th drop of blood flew out, it confirmed everyone's speculations. It immediately set off a monstrous wave that shook everyone in the area. Everyone's gazes gathered, and after a long time, only the 5th drop of blood appeared. Seeing this, the man in the royal robe relaxed a bit. 5 drops. So what if it is 5 drops? I obtained 6 drops and became the ancient Dao Emperor. I don't believe he can. The eyes of the man in the royal robe shined brightly. Just as he thought of this, what happened next caused his body to tremble. The bloodlight between the eyebrows of the statue was shocking once more. This time, the 6th drop of blood flew out. 6 drops of blood. 6 drops. Just like the emperor. This is a great fortune for my ancient Dao clan. It's not 6 drops, it's 7 drops. The bloodlight condensed, and the 7th drop of blood flew out while the face of the man in the royal robe turned purple. What was even more shocking was that after the 7th drop of blood, an 8th drop of blood appeared. 8 drops of blood. Even Grand Emperor Xianluo had only obtained 8 drops at this stage. This scene caused the surrounding people to lose their commotion. They all looked at the statue in shock. The man in the royal robe subconsciously licked his lips and revealed an undetectable flash of coldness in his eyes. How could Yimo's inheritor receive such recognition from the ancient ancestor to be given 8 drops of blood? I'm the true descendant of the ancient ancestor. I have the royal bloodline. I'm the genius of the ancient times beside uncle. The man in the royal robe took a deep breath and suppressed the jealousy in his heart. He couldn't let Grand Emperor Xianluo see all of this. His gloomy mood was replaced by a smile. The man in the royal robe clasped his hands at the black-haired young man and smiled. Congratulations, Uncle. It looks like this child will become Uncle's only disciple in the future. He might even surpass Uncle and become the new Grand Empyrean of my ancient Dao clan. The heart of this man in the royal robe was sinister and vicious. His words sounded pleasant, but in reality, there was a hidden danger. However, when combined with his flawless expression, there seemed to be no falsehood at all. He was completely happy that such a thing had happened, so it was difficult for others to see any clues. The black-haired young man's expression remained the same when he heard this. He turned around and gave the man in the royal robe a profound look. This gaze caused the man in the royal robe to tremble. Just as he was about to speak, he heard another uproar. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked back at the statue without hesitation. His face suddenly turned pale. The 9th drop of blood slowly condensed under this heaven-shaking roar. The moment the 9th drop of blood appeared, Grand Empyrean Xian Luo's eyes shined brightly. The joy in his eyes could be clearly seen by everyone. However, this was not the end. After the 9th drop of blood appeared, the blood light gathered once more. Everyone felt like they were suffocating as the 10th drop of blood showed signs of appearing. The 10th drop, something that has never happened since ancient times. The 10th drop? The ancient ancestor, 10 drops of blood. This is unbelievable. 10 drops of blood means this person is the real ancient Dao Emperor. Even the royal family has never obtained 10 drops. Who the hell is this person? Will he become the future emperor of my ancient Dao clan? The man in the royal robe's face was ashen. He couldn't control the crazy jealousy in his heart as he stared at the statue. The blood-colored light between the statue's eyebrows rapidly gathered from all directions. It absorbed all the surrounding blood-colored light before finally condensing into a drop of blood between its eyebrows. The color of this drop of blood was not red, but purple. The moment the purple drop of blood condensed, the expression of the man in the royal robe changed greatly, and he subconsciously retreated a few steps. His eyes were filled with shock and horror, and even disbelief. Ancient ancestors' soul blood. This is soul blood. This is impossible. The black-haired young man, Grand Empyrean Xian Luo, was moved for the first time. He stared at the drop of purple blood and was shocked for the first time. He wasn't even shocked when the 9th drop of blood appeared, but now he was shocked by this purple drop of blood. Ancient ancestor, you gifted a drop of soul blood. Could there be some meaning behind it? Soul blood, this is soul blood. Since the Ji clan, only 9 drops of soul blood have appeared. Every 3 drops of soul blood create the Ji clan. 9 drops of soul blood create the 3 Ji clans. The black-haired young man took a deep breath and raised his right hand to point at the sky. Immediately, the sky changed colors as a huge red sun appeared out of thin air. It completely covered the area, preventing anyone in the outside world from noticing what was happening here. With the power of my profound sun, seal this place. You and the rest of the people of my Dao clan are not allowed to leak any information about this. Anyone who violates this will die, no matter what their identity is. Grand Empyrean Xian Luo said slowly as he gave the man in the royal robe a meaningful look. Did you hear that? The man in the royal robe lowered his head and quickly said, yes. However, the jealousy in his heart had reached a peak. I'm going to the Celestial clan to bring this child back. The black-haired young man looked up at the area occupied by the Celestial clan in the distance and muttered to himself. Seeking monthly votes. During the final battle in the cave dwelling, Wang Lin, as an inverse cultivator, would never retreat. Thank you, Feng Shuasong, Nailin Jinshua, Little Mo. I decided to support the renegade Celestial Luo Hua Mu Shui, Wu Lan Xian, and Shun 11506 for fighting bravely at the critical moment and killing the Alliance Master of the Celestial Renegade Alliance. As third-step cultivators, you followed the renegade, Celestial Wang Lin, and broke through the cage of destiny. I feel extremely honored and have prepared a drop of G bloodline firmament blood to express my gratitude. To be continued. Chapter 17:10. 5 drops of blood and 1 drop of purple soul blood shined brightly between the eyebrows of the statue. The moment Grand Emperor Xian Luo used the power of the 9 suns to seal this place, the 6 drops of blood flew into the sky. Ripples spread out from the blood sun in the sky, forming a huge vortex. The center of the vortex seemed to be connected to the void. The 6 drops of blood whistled through the air and disappeared from the gazes of the nearly 1 million Daoji clan members. The last to disappear was the purple soul blood. The appearance of this soul blood shocked everyone here. Their faces were filled with disbelief, horror, and awe. They watched the soul blood give off a demonic purple glow before disappearing into the vortex. Only then did they awaken. The shock from before became even more intense, and it was as if a raging sea had shrouded their bodies and minds. Purple soul blood. Heavens, I actually saw purple soul blood. My ancient country has only had 9 drops for 10,000 years. Rumor has it that the ancient ancestor bestowed 9 drops of soul blood to his 3 sons. These 3 sons each formed their own ancient bloodline. My Daoji clan was created by the 3rd son of the ancient ancestor and has continued to this day. Now the 10th drop of blood has appeared. Who is experiencing the first calamity of the 3rd trial? Since ancient times, no one has ever heard of a soul blood appearing in the G clan's heavenly blood. This is simply too shocking. This is definitely a heaven-shaking event for my G clan. The 3rd trial has 3 calamities. The first calamity is the ancient bloodline, heavenly blood. After obtaining 9 drops, there is still 1 drop of soul blood. If the first calamity is already like this, then if he reaches the second calamity, the ancient Dao, 3 soul, splits. What kind of fortune will he obtain? There is still the last calamity, the ancient ancestor's gift. This person has received the recognition of the ancient ancestor and can be considered child. I don't dare to imagine what he will obtain in the 3rd calamity. The legendary ancient ancestor's inheritance that no one has been able to obtain in countless years. Discussions echoed in the city. Everyone was shocked by that drop of soul blood. Fortunately, everything here had been sealed by Grand Emperor Xian Luo, and he had used his supreme majesty to force everyone to seal this matter so that no one would know about it. Otherwise, this matter would set off a monstrous wave on the immortal astral continent. The GG and GG clans would immediately come to investigate this matter, and there would even be disputes. One had to know that the appearance of the 10th drop of soul blood represented too great a significance to the G kingdom. If Wang Lin could obtain 2 more drops, then he could be like the ancient ancestor's 3 sons back then. He could use his essence blood to create a 4th ancient clan. In fact, if the immortals learned of this, they would be shocked. Even if a great war would not break out, they would still send people to pay close attention to it. All of this was because of this drop of soul blood. When the 6 drops of blood disappeared into the vortex in the sky, there was no more blood light between the eyebrows of the statue. All the aura disappeared without a trace. Grand Emperor Xian Luo raised his right hand and waved at the blood sun that shrouded this area. The sun suddenly gave off an even brighter light and split into nearly 1 million parts. They entered the bodies of all the ancient Dao members to form a sealing spell. It wasn't until all of this was over that the sun dissipated and the sky returned to normal. The wind blew by as if it wanted to blow away the shock and tension. Grand Emperor Xian Luo looked into the distance. He didn't hesitate to step forward and disappear without a trace. He was going to the Celestial Clan, to the 7 Dao sect, to that cave, to bring his ancient Dao child home. After Xian Luo left, Sky City was silent for a long time. Finally, the man in the imperial robe flicked his sleeve and left, his expression grim. As soon as he left, the rest of the crowd slowly dispersed, their hearts filled with shock. All of the changes here were buried deep in their hearts as they left. When they scattered, they looked at the direction Grand Emperor Xian Luo had left. Their gazes were complicated, envious, jealous, but most of them were filled with anticipation. They were looking forward to Grand Emperor Xian Luo returning and bringing back the person that had shocked them. They were also looking forward to seeing what this person looked like and who he was. My Dao Ji clan is the weakest among the 3 clans of the ancient country. I hope the return of Grand Empyrean will change all of this. After everyone scattered, the man in the royal robe returned to his palace in the depths of the Sky City. This palace was very large, and it was difficult to see the edges with the naked eye. It was extremely luxurious and was filled with carvings. There were many servants in the palace, but they were all pale and very cautious. Their fear came from the terrifying aura coming from the ancient Dao Emperor's palace in the eastern part of the palace. This aura revealed an irrepressible anger. Rumbling sounds echoed throughout the palace. The emperor's residence suddenly collapsed, and countless pieces of rubble flew out in all directions. Some of the servants and guards nearby were unable to avoid the rubble, and they died one by one as they let out miserable screams. The smell of blood spread out, and a person gradually walked out from the ruins. This person was the man in the royal robe. His eyes were calm, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. After he walked out from the ruins, he didn't even look back and slowly said, "Pack up, pack up. I want to see the new palace in 3 days." As his words rang out, hundreds of figures that resembled wisps of smoke immediately appeared around him and knelt down towards him. The man in the royal robe waved his sleeve and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was at the top of the tallest tower in the imperial palace. He stood there, facing the wind as he looked down at the entire imperial palace and the statue of Ancestor Ji in the distance. "I'm the ancient Dao Emperor, the direct descendant of Jizu. The blood of Jizu flows in my body. What qualifications does a mere inheritor of EMO have for Xian Luo to value him so highly?" Soul blood. The man in the royal robe was calm, but his right hand clenched and he suddenly laughed. "That's good. This will make things a bit more interesting. I want to see what kind of waves this person can set off. Even if he has soul blood, he will still have to kneel before me." The smile on the man in the royal robe became even wider, and he withdrew his gaze. He waved his right hand, and a fist-sized red bead appeared in his hand. There seemed to be countless wisps of fog inside the bead, and as it slowly rotated, there seemed to be a soul sitting cross-legged inside. However, the appearance of the soul was hidden by the fog, so it was impossible to see it clearly. One could only vaguely tell that it was the soul of a woman. This soul was not complete, only a part. The man in the royal robe looked at the red bead in his hand and slowly said, "Yi Dao, this lowly one is here." The moment the man in the royal robe spoke, there was a flash of light, and a black-robed old man appeared. He clasped his hands at the man in the royal robe and knelt down on one knee. The man in the royal robe's voice was calm. "Have you found her? Emperor, this lowly one has searched the entire country and couldn't find her. We have sent people to the Celestial Clan, and it won't be long before news arrives." "Is there no news from the imperial teacher?" The man in the royal robe frowned. The old man, kneeling on the ground, had a cold expression and spoke. "Although this woman's soul was given to your majesty by the imperial teacher, not even the imperial teacher can divinate where this woman is. He can only divinate that this woman will be of great use to your majesty. With this woman, your majesty will have a complete country. He only told me that this woman's soul was obtained from a heavenly Dao soul that existed in a strange place that he had never been to when he was deducing the future of my Dao. His mind fused with the unseen world and obtained it from a heavenly Dao soul that existed in a strange place that he had never been to before." The man in the royal robe silently pondered for a moment. He looked at the red bead in his hand, and his eyes revealed a strange light. This woman's appearance is ordinary and can't enter my eyes. However, if she is really as the imperial teacher said, then I can marry her as my empress. Continue to send people to the celestial clan to search. If you really can't find her, then choose all the women in the ancient land and see which one can fuse with his soul. Yes. The old man in black got up and was about to leave when he hesitated. After pondering for a bit, he clasped his hands and spoke once more. Emperor, before Lord Imperial Teacher went into closed-door cultivation, he said one more thing. Speak. The man in the royal robe looked at the red bead in his hand, and his voice was filled with majesty. He said that his augury might be true, but it might also be false. When he extracted the woman's soul, he saw two different images. One was of the emperor conquering the G nation. The other was of the emperor dying. In both images, besides the emperor, there was another person who appeared at the same time. This figure was a bit blurry, and the imperial teacher couldn't see it clearly, but he remembered that this person had a head of white hair. The man in the royal robe revealed a cold gaze as he looked at the bead in his hand and slowly smiled. Interesting. You can leave. Woman, who are you? The white-haired figure that the imperial preceptor saw. What does it have to do with you? The soul of the woman sitting cross-legged in the red bead was motionless. Her figure was covered by the fog, and she seemed to be unaware of everything that was happening. At this moment, a gust of wind blew by, causing the clothes of the man in the royal robe to flutter. The fog inside the pearl seemed to sense the wind and began to move, causing the woman's appearance to become slightly clearer. However, just as her face was about to be completely revealed, a few fingers suddenly closed around it and covered it up. In the cave world, in the rift in the cloud sea, the giant vortex above the altar rotated rapidly. There was a flash of bloodlight that shined on Wang Lin's body. From afar, Wang Lin looked like he was made of blood. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the red light in the depths of the vortex. He gradually saw a few drops of blood fly out from the vortex. Chapter 17:11. The fifth drop, sixth drop, until the ninth drop of blood appeared in a straight line from the depths of the vortex and flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as he stared at the incoming drops of blood. He didn't dodge and allowed the 5 drops of blood to enter his body. The moment the 5th drop of blood fused, a thunderous rumble came from Wang Lin's body and a powerful force erupted from the drop of blood. Wang Lin couldn't help but retreat a few steps. His eyes shined brightly, and this powerful feeling made him clench his fists. At this moment, the 6th drop of blood entered between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and all the blood in Wang Lin's body seemed to be boiling as it absorbed the bloodline power from this drop of blood. As it continued to fuse, it flowed through Wang Lin's body. When it entered his heart, it caused Wang Lin's heart to pound like thunder. His body retreated once more, and Wang Lin let out a roar. Intense pain came from his body, and this pain was several times more intense than when he fused with the 4 drops of blood. It was as if his body was about to be torn apart and new flesh and blood were growing. Shortly after, the 7th drop of blood arrived and fused with Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression became distorted and the veins on his body swelled. The blood in his body seemed to have reached a limit and flowed rapidly. Wang Lin's body moved strangely, and his bones gave off the same red glow as the blood flowed through his body. The power of Jizu's bloodline in his body suddenly increased explosively. This bloodline, which had been thin at the beginning, rapidly grew thicker and thicker. People of the ancient countries were the same as celestials. The stronger the bloodline, the nobler their status and the more power they could display. The fusion of the 7 drops of blood made Wang Lin's bloodline second only to the emperor's. The emperor was a direct descendant of the ancient ancestor, so he naturally had the bloodline of the ancient ancestor. After fusing with 6 drops of blood, he became the G ancestor emperor. However, Wang Lin didn't have the G ancestor's bloodline, and he hadn't even been recognized by the G ancestor. The bloodline formed by the 7 drops of G ancestor's blood couldn't compare to the G ancestor's bloodline, which was formed by the heavens. The two of them were like the emperor and the people. There was an essential difference. However, this difference wasn't unchangeable. When the 8th drop of blood touched Wang Lin's forehead and fused with his body, the density of Wang Lin's bloodline increased. The rumbles in his body became even more intense, and bursts of pain came from his bones. This caused Wang Lin's body to tremble as he retreated. The ancient ancestor bloodline was like the celestial bloodline. It changed the bone marrow. Once the bone marrow changed, the blood created would naturally change as well. As a result, one would naturally have the power of the bloodline. However, to change the bone marrow, it was very difficult to start from the inside. It required an external force to slowly change it. This external force was the blood flowing through Wang Lin's body. This blood contained the aura of the ancient ancestor, and as it flowed into Wang Lin's bones, it penetrated into his bone marrow. As it rapidly changed, it caused Wang Lin's bloodline to go from ordinary to noble, from impure to authentic. The fusion of the 8 drops of blood didn't make Wang Lin's bloodline as strong as the emperor's, but it was infinitely close, only a sliver away. This sliver of difference was surpassed by the fusion of the 9th drop of blood. The 9 drops of blood fused with Wang Lin's bones and completely changed his bone marrow. He now had a bloodline even stronger than the emperor's. This allowed Wang Lin to become the number 1 person in the ancient Tao in terms of bloodline. However, this was not the end. The appearance of the drop of soul blood caused the surrounding space to be dyed purple. This purple color was filled with a strange power, and the moment it appeared, it attracted Wang Lin's attention. He looked at the purple drop of blood, and a desire from his bloodline filled his body. The purple drop of blood shined brightly and imprinted between Wang Lin's eyebrows. It didn't fuse with his blood or bloodline. This drop of blood fused with Wang Lin's soul. The purity of his bloodline could make Wang Lin's ancient Tao power erupt, but it wouldn't change his soul. In the end, he was only an ancient Tao member. However, this soul blood could change Wang Lin's soul and make it the ancient Tao's soul. This would allow his soul to be above everyone else in the ancient Tao. This would allow him to truly become an existence even more noble than the emperor. In other words, he would become the 4th son of the ancient ancestor. The moment the soul blood fused with him, Wang Lin was startled. His eyes were filled with confusion, and his body felt like it wasn't his own. He slowly floated back and landed on the altar. He leaned on Yizhen's arm and laid there. The vortex in the starry sky slowly dissipated. Not long after, it disappeared without a trace, and the starry sky returned to its original state. If there was anything different, it would be the silence. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. There wasn't even the slightest sound echoing in the air. All of the ferocious beasts in the area hid themselves. They trembled and didn't dare to make a single sound. Gradually, a pressure began to spread out in the strange silence. Wang Lin was unconscious. If he didn't wake up, this place would be silent for 10,000 years. If he didn't wake up, this place would be silent forever. This pressure came from his body and shrouded the area. Wang Lin's original body was asleep, and his avatar was floating outside the altar. He sat there with his eyes closed and remained motionless. While his consciousness was asleep, Wang Lin had a dream. This dream was different from the dream Tao. It wasn't clear, but very blurry. In the dream, Wang Lin saw a person. It was an ordinary-looking man. His body was enormous, and as he stood there, it was as if the world was beneath his feet. His gaze was filled with contempt as he looked down at the world. If I want the sky to collapse, the sky will collapse. If I want the earth to shatter, the earth will shatter. If I want all living things to die, no one will dare to not die. If I want there to be no celestials in the world, who will dare to exist? I am an ancient. I was born before heaven and earth existed. I lived before the universe was born. However, before me, there were celestials. They wanted to enslave me, so I will destroy them. If I fail, then my descendants will be enemies with the celestials for generations to come. I vow that there will be no celestials in the world. But will I ever fail? I will never. 9 drops of soul blood. Give them to my 3 sons. You will lead the people of my ancient race. On the day the 9 songs and 3 signs appear, wait for my reincarnation. Wait for my successor to appear. Comply and become mortal. Defy and become immortal. Defy and become immortal. Defy and become ancient. This dream slowly ended as the ordinary-looking man's words shook Wang Lin's heart. When Wang Lin opened his eyes on the altar, those words still echoed in his ears. The 8 ancient god stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows emitted a purple glow as they rotated slowly. Similarly, the demon star and demon star in his eyes flickered at the same time, emitting a faint purple glow. This purple color came from the soul blood, from Wang Lin's ancient order soul. He slowly sat up and looked at the starry sky in front of him. After a long moment of silence, an aura that looked down on the world erupted from his body. This aura did not respect the heavens, did not worship the earth, did not worship the heavens, did not worship the earth, did not let the heavens and earth decay, did not let the heavens collapse, but he would not fall. This kind of domineering aura was the true defiance of the ancient order. At this moment, Wang Lin was completely different from before. He sat on the altar and swept his gaze across the starry sky. His gaze left the avatar and landed on Yi Mo's giant arm. His eyes suddenly flashed, and a bright light burst forth from them. This arm contained a powerful force that seemed to be able to tear open the heavens. This was the strongest power that belonged to Yi Mo's right arm. Staring at the arm, Wang Lin slowly raised his right hand and pressed down on the arm. The moment he pressed down, the 24 stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows rotated rapidly. Bursts of purple spread across his body and entered Yi Mo's arm. In an instant, the giant arm trembled as if it was resisting and struggling. Even though Wang Lin had obtained Yi Mo's inheritance, it was not perfect, so it would be difficult for him to fuse with this arm. However, this difficulty was only for Wang Lin before he passed the ancient race heavenly blood. Now that Wang Lin had the soul blood and the 9 drops of ancient ancestor blood, it was simply insignificant. Yi Mo, give me this arm. Wang Lin slowly spoke. It was as if he was talking to himself, but at the same time, he seemed to be talking to Yi Mo, who was about to die. His voice was calm without any fluctuation. The moment he spoke, the purple light between his eyebrows became even stronger. An aura that would shock even Yi Mo if he wasn't dead appeared in Wang Lin's soul. This aura entered Wang Lin's right hand. He raised it slightly and pressed down on the arm once more. There was a thunderous rumble, and the arm's struggle was suppressed. The arm slowly shrank until it completely fused with Wang Lin's right hand. This caused his right hand to become completely different in a short period of time. Compared to his left hand, Wang Lin's right hand was extremely rough and was covered in countless complex runes. There was also a hint of green in his hand that would cause anyone who looked at it to feel a sense of fear. He raised his right hand and placed it before him. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked over. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and his right hand reached out. Heaven ripping. After he spoke, space rumbled and Wang Lin's right hand tore down. The world collapsed and the shadow of a giant arm appeared behind him. A giant crack appeared before Wang Lin. This crack disintegrated layer by layer and was torn open by him. This heaven-ripping force could even tear an early-stage arcane void cultivator's mind to death. Even a mid-stage arcane void cultivator would have to retreat in terror. Under this force, the altar Wang Lin was on trembled. A ripple echoed, as if it was resisting the aftermath of this heaven-ripping force. Inside the ripple, Wang Lin lowered his head and carefully looked at the altar. His eyes revealed a strange light. There is something strange about this altar. My state today isn't good. I'm likely suffering from heat stroke again. I'm dizzy and always sweating. Damn the summer, damn the sun, I love winter. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.